Didn't
I think
get
I
it.
allow it.
Okay, there we
Thank
go.
you.
No problem. So, the party began their ascent up the mountains of the summit peaks. You made your way up. You kicked the shit out of a mountain lion. You beat the hell out of some bloodhawks. You stumbled and fell and hurt yourselves, but in the end, you managed to make it to the peak. There, you looked down on the majesty that is the mountainous valley of Zephra, and entered within. There, you met up with a couple of individuals. You found your way to living quarters, and more importantly, Finch met with their old mentor, Lady Kima of Vord, who seemed to be in town to visit an old friend, or to help out an old friend or something. And the two of them spoke, and Lady Kima was introduced to the rest of the party, and the rest of the party to Lady Kima. And the very next day, the party went to speak to Corin and Villia of the Arashari, these more elder leaders of the village, and they got to talking to you all about the poachers. You all agreed to handle the poachers in the mountains who had been attacking the griffins in exchange for personal healing. And Corin and Villia added that if you were able to rescue any griffin eggs and bring them back, they would find a way to reward you accordingly, depending on what you find and what you bring back. Also, you informed them of the residuum situation in Stilben. Uh, Very good. And with that, they sort of sent you on your way and hoped that you do your best to help out. Later on, Finch met up with Lady Kima, and who ran around the village and summoned all of your friends. And a very important ceremony before the Platinum Dragon Bahamut was conducted, in which Finch was endowed with the Oath of the Crown, submitted themselves to the tenets of that oath, and became a true, honest to God paladin. And rose with that properly anointed, properly prepared to take on the tenets and the goals of a true paladin. And with that realization, each of you found yourselves maybe recognizing your own skills within that have awoken. And with that, with after a deep embrace between Finch and Kima, that is where we begin our session today under the cherry blossom tree. Yes. Yes. Well, Finch, how do you feel? You feel different?
Feel good. Yeah, I feel good. Maybe not
Yeah,
different, but yeah, I feel good. I feel shiny, new.
shiny. I remember when I took my oath. What a miserable day. But no, it's but I'm doing a good job, Finch. You're doing a good job. You're kicking a lot of butt. We're glad to see it.
I'm trying. Minus the little noggin bump there, but we're good. We keep on keeping on.
Oh yeah, the noggin bump. I'm sorry about that. That sucks for you, but
Sucks to suck.
I'm sure you'll get that figured out.
Yeah.
Yeah, Yvain, you wanna do that?
Yeah, okay. That's-
So while
They're
Lady
gonna shot.
Kima is
She's clumsy anyway. So
while
yeah, while
Lady
they're doing
Kima
that,
yeah, is celebrating with Finch and talking with Finch, Yvain, yeah, you drag the party aside.
we so have to have a party. This is a big deal.
It's not.
Ember, would you cook?
Oh, I'd be happy
And
to.
Zai, if you can go get meat, I'll forward some vegetables and herbs. And maybe Dodger can get the alcohol?
They would.
I'm on it.
Yes.
Alright, well, we can get together. I don't know what you want to make or how long it's going to take. So I'll go put things up and go fetch some tubers.
Tubers. What the fuck? Tubers.
Potatoes!
Potatoes. Or the mash them, stick in a stew. Fantastic. And Kima, that was you're like, okay, break. Kima's like, Drinks are on me. Let's go. Let's go. Debbie, think
Yeah.
that's the holy thing to do. Yeah, she'll start marching off towards the village.
Towards the bar
To the bar, basically.
with her big fucking sword.
Yeah, with her giant fucking great sword strapped to her back. Drag it along the ground.
Yeah.
Nah, it resizes to the wielder, so it is of proper size for a small creature. Okay, yeah. So I'll tell you what, you guys all go down, and Kima starts putting money down on the bar and is like, I want drinks for all these people. And you guys can all start sneaking off into your own ends and beats to prepare your little doodahs. Okay. Foraging in a village is also known as stealing from the farmer's land, usually. Is that the plan?
Wait, no. Aren't we on a mountain? Can't we just go out of the city?
Yeah, you guys can climb the mountains if you want.
I mean, we can also just go buy food from a store, I suppose.
You can always just buy food for this time. I'm just giving you a hard time.
Market.
Yeah, you probably could go to market. Yeah.
But all right, so to a market then.
I'll tell you what.
Killjoy spirit in the air. I don't know. But the sense that I should go to a market instead of foraging. So.
I'll tell you what. There might be some things to forage, sort of like off the land, but yeah, you do see that they are sustainable up here, and they're sustainable through agriculture. Yeah. So, they have fucking agriculture. I'd say they're druids. Maybe they just do like produce food and water every day, but they don't. Let's be honest. That's a ridiculous use of a druid to try and feed.
Of course, they tend the land.
Right.
Yeah, they plant growth and such. So their harvest is beautiful, but every day them going like create food water for like over 1,000 people. That's ridiculous. So yeah, agriculture definitely exists. But Zarvolg, if you did want to do a little survival check to go foraging for like exceptional spices and whatnot that are sort of just like around in the mountainous region.
Oh yeah, I can do that.
Sure.
17.
17. Yeah, I'll say you go out and you find a couple of you find some spices, you like go some plants, you like taste a little off the end, you're like, oh, okay, that's got like a basil-y sort of situation, or this one's got a little mint situation going on here, and you collect a number of herbs and stuff them in your pocket to give to pass off to Ember.
Twice as many.
Twice as many, yeah. You find a whole, yeah. So Ember, you're like trying to figure out what you want, and Zarvolg's like empties his bag out onto the table, and there's like a very decent amount of spices for you to work with. So I'll give you advantage on your cooking check for whatever you wish to produce. As for feeding the gang, as for like just raw ingredients, why don't we say, because you got some pretty good spices there, why don't we call it like a silver a person in just like whatever supplies. So if you're mean to feed yourselves and Kima, why don't we say that's like 7 silver in just sort of like bread or vegetables or meats or whatever it may be.
Elaine has it.
Okay.
Cool. And then Ember can put them together. So Ember, go ahead and roll me that cooking supplies check, intelligence plus proficiency. You'll have advantage because of Zarvolg's spices.
Sweet ring kitchen.
Great. On the ring range.
Ring range.
17. A gourmet style meal is produced, lovely and delicious. Ember, would you like to let me know what's your what is the meal that is produced? So as like Finch and Kima are maybe in their cups of bed and the bar's going on, all this food is brought out. Ember, what is brought out?
We're going for something relatively simple.
Okay.
Some homemade pasta, breaded, flattened chicken, a light tomato sauce, with lots of herb mixed in with the breadcrumbs. A little bit of red sauce from smashing down some tomatoes. I imagine that there's probably wine. These seem like juice people. That seems like something that would pair well with the local material.
Fair
A
enough.
little chicken parm for everybody.
Well, chicken parm. A delicious chicken parm meal is brought out for the crew to have. That's fucking awesome.
You're
Oh,
crazy if you
chicken
think Yvain didn't get things for dessert, so.
All right. What did you produce? What did you find? What's the plan, Yvain?
Well, I am thinking that some place like this probably has a lot of fruit. So I should be able to find a fruit pie or fruit bread.
Make me an insight or investigation check to go around Zephyr and see if you can find such a delicious dessert.
I'm so absolutely using insight.
What'd
Damn it!
you get?
10.
A 10? 10's not bad. You were looking for like a fruit cake?
A pie, a cake, a cobbler, something with the local fruit.
Absolutely. You don't find anything like, and this is, and I don't think you would expect to find it. Like you haven't seen some of the immaculate desserts. Maybe you've heard legend of a place known as the Slayer's Cake in Whitestone. Perhaps we're quite excited to go there, but you have not seen such desserts. But you do find like a stall where some guy's like, fresh pies made by my wife. Fresh pies made by my wife. They're a little cool late in the day here, but still just as delicious as they come out of the oven. Oh, no one believes that. But that's okay. Still very tasty. I got apple, I got peach, I got blueberries still available.
I'll take one of each. Are they small pies or are they larger pies?
They're decent size. They're proper pies.
I'll take one of each.
A couple. One of each, you say? Oh, well, fancy that. Fantastic. Jeez, what's going on with my accent? Let's see. How about we call it? You know what? I'll give you the 3 for 2 deal. A gold piece, please.
There you go.
Oh, fantastic. All right. The last 3 pies go to you, madam.
Yay!
All right. I'm closing up shop. It's been a good day for me. Bye now.
Come back with fresh pie. Another pie.
Yeah, so you guys all have your chicken parm. You notice that there's this one setting that hasn't been touched, and Yvain comes in with 3 pies.
Hell yeah.
It's a celebration. You can't have celebration without fruit.
That's true. Yes, you're right.
There's some people at other tables who are like, oh, I want chicken parm and pie too, but I'm not cool like them. So you guys
Well, share the
enjoy.
pie. I'm sure there's enough. I brought 3 large pies. There should be enough for everyone.
Hey, don't be giving
Kima eats one by herself.
Right? In a
Goes,
one
oh,
bite.
what was I supposed to? Was that? Sorry, were you saving that for?
It's all for you. It's all for you.
She's a halfling. She fucking devours it. She's got like crust hanging out of her. She's like, sorry, I'm a big fan of apple.
Oh, I love that party trick.
Bahamut needs us strong, you know.
That's right.
Keep us well fed. But yeah, like you guys probably enjoy like a bit of that, and then you like maybe pass around like the last 2 halves, perhaps, or whatever, and you get a little like thanks from some people. And Kima's like, this one just took her oath as a paladin, and some people are like, I don't know what that means, but woo! Yeah, they're like, paladins are like a very underrated culture of class in this world, and I don't know what that means. And maybe a couple drinks get sent to the table as like a good job from
Yeah,
like
cool.
some people in the bar.
You look excited about it.
Yeah, you take an oath. That's cool.
Cool.
Uh, but you might indeed like see that vibe a bit, Finch, where like Kima gets it. And I think your party is coming to understand the relevance of it, especially considering they were present for the ceremony. But like you look around at the common folk and they're like, cool. And that's sort of like, and maybe that is like a, like they should know. They should know that that's like that kind of level of dedication is something that should be perhaps known or at least understood. So when a paladin arrives and tries to conduct their tenets and their oaths upon someone, they understand why they have that divine will to do so. But they don't.
Yeah, that is the vibe. That's what we were talking about before. How just, it's not the same.
People just don't really get paladins. They're like,
get
okay,
it.
they're holy warriors. That's pretty much the extent of what they know.
Okay, priest.
Kind of, they're like, okay, you're a priest with a, you're a cleric with a sword.
Yeah.
All right. No, I'm a murder priest. It's different. Very different.
Also a good way to put it.
Murder priest.
I am the murder priest, aka
Would that be my new
Crusader.
Zorvog name?
Murder priest.
Murder priest.
Okay, yeah, you have some drinks and whatnot, and Kiba says, all right, so sorry, I had a little bit to drink. But so how long are you guys gonna be here for? You guys just gonna hang out and stay and just drinking?
For tonight, perhaps, but we actually picked
Ah!
up. Cheers.
Sure, I'll drink to that.
Spills the whole mug out.
Like fucking Gimli, like all that. Just like drinking.
She's actually trying to drink from an empty cup.
Oh man.
Yeah, no, we actually we found some work, but I'm not sure you're in the right place to be talking about that right now.
Yeah, work's great, but I'm retired, so I don't work.
Retired, yet you find yourself here.
I just hang out with my wife. She's so great.
Your wife is so great.
What was that? What'd you say? What'd you say, Fish?
Your wife is
My
so
wife's
great.
pretty awesome. She's so great. I love her so much.
You're like, I miss my wife.
I miss my wife. I gotta go home. I
Okay,
just
but
got
you
kind of
say,
left here, so that's okay. She'll be back in a little bit.
right, but you said you were here for a reason, right? You were here to see somebody?
Yeah. I have my friend brought me here, and we were hanging out, and she needed to go somewhere, and just kind of like didn't tell me. So I guess I'm hanging out here until she tells me, because I'm not climbing down the fucking mountain.
Okay.
I'm Lady came aboard. I don't climb mountains no more.
Amazing.
I don't walk. I mean, I do, but not that much anymore. I don't do. No, that's your guys' job.
I
You
don't
guys
know.
are
I
the
feel like
new
Kimo would have like
generation.
summon steed or whatever.
Yeah,
Bitch
she can do
don't
summon
walk.
Steve for sure. Oh, that's fuck. She's like, oh yeah, I can summon Lady Steve. I forgot I can summon a griffin and fly away.
Please,
Lady
you should do that
Kimo.
trick all the time.
I haven't done that well spell in a while.
Maybe not try it now.
You want me to try it now? Okay.
No.
No. Okay, never mind.
You're
Never mind. I don't even have it prepared. So I haven't even prayed to Bahamut for that one yet, so it's okay.
Okay, that's all right. He forgives you.
Another round. she
God.
just keeps drinking. She's a halfling. She's got a high tolerance.
Right, yeah, for sure.
She can sit with dwarves and drink. And Goliaths, apparently. But yes. Yeah. Is there anything you guys wanted to do or chat about this evening?
Yeah, actually. The first thing is Vane would like to say to Lady Kima. So Terra's a bit remote, and I feel like I should really know who you are, and I apologize for my ignorance. And I was wondering if you're in a good mood, perhaps you would tell us a bit about some of the awesome things you've done, because you're clearly quite accomplished, and I'm feeling quite like the village idiot right now, and I'm very sorry.
That's okay. I'm not in it, but I for the fame. But I'll tell you some of the stuff I've done. Yesterday, oh, there was this. Everyone was being really upset because there was a big spider, and I got it. I squashed it. That's probably not what you're wanting to know about. You probably want to know about my adventuring youth. Sorry. Anyway, I've done all kinds of stuff. I used to be a hammer kind of girl, but now I'm a big sword kind of girl because Holy Avenger. But I've passed on my hammer wielding ways to Finch, and like she like
Pass me.
yeah, pats Finch's shoulder because she can't really reach much higher. She goes, I like to lift heavy things and run around and kill bad guys because that's what Bahamut's all about. Bahamut lets me kill things, not feel bad about it. But I've done all kinds of other stuff too. Let me think. Oh, yeah. Do you guys ever heard of Thordak? Big, mean red dragon. Dominated all life for a couple years in there. Real big,
Are you
mean,
gonna give that
nasty
to us, or
guy.
do I have to roll for it?
Sure, go roll for it. Roll for Thordak. History check.
Oh, I got it. 15.
Yeah, not a hard check. Everyone knows of the Cinder King Thordak and his domination of at least like northern Tal'Dorei, where he took domination over Iman and was the leader of the Chroma Conclave, and committed considerable ruin to Tal'Dorei for more than a year. Very big, very mean, very nasty red dragon that was eventually laid low and defeated by the forces of Amon and Vox Machina. And he came and
As
goes,
including Lady Kima.
Yeah. And she goes, and I was one, and I was very responsible in kicking dragon, but I did that. There was, she's having, she is definitely having trouble thinking of something and not me. She goes, oh, I was there when they killed the white dragon. Yeah, the big frosty one. I was there. There was a demon and there was a dragon, and they went, and then I came in and was like, and then Grog was there and went, oh, and we killed it. And I got this big cool sword right here. Yeah, Grog was Vox Machina. You've heard of Vox Machina. We were the best buddies of those guys.
Yes,
Everyone's heard of Vox Machina.
If anyone looks around, are you serious with this?
Yes, she is.
Oh yeah, they're like my best buddies. Yeah. Ah!
Wait. So, she gets in real close. She's like, "Do you know Keelan? The voice of the Tempest. Have you ever met Keelan?"
Yeah, she brought me here. She's my friend I was meeting up
There
with.
it is.
I saw her
Yeah.
once, and I was like 2. She came to my hometown when she was on her Aramente.
Oh,
Her Arab.
that's pretty cool. Well, I saw her like 2 days ago. And now she left me here on her mountain, which is really cool of her. But that's okay. I don't hold it against her, maybe a little. And she said she'd be back to drop me off back in Amon. But yeah. Yeah.
That's really cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's kind of cool. Yeah, just and yeah. So yeah, we did a lot of ass kicking, kicked that white dragon's ass, and this old baby's been mine ever since. And points to the sword. She goes, "Yeah, it doesn't get a lot of action these days. I actually loaned it out to somebody, but I got it back recently, and we're back in business, baby. Me and my sword."
Is that why she called you here?
What?
But
What do you mean?
You said Keela brought you here, right? Is that why you're
Yeah,
here?
she brought me here. We were just doing a little catch up.
Okay.
Very yeah. So who made this? And she points at the empty plate.
A village man was selling the pies his wife made. They looked very good. I
Oh
bought
yeah, the
them all.
pies were good, but what is this whole action over here? And she's like pointing at. She looks at someone's half-eaten chicken parm and goes, "That."
Yeah, we put Ember.
You made it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Did
It's
you-
it's a chicken and pasta dish.
Oh, wow. Can you like maybe like tomorrow when my head hurts, but could you give me like the recipe? I want to try and make it for my wife.
Sure. Actually, I can tell you somebody who can probably even do a better job than I can when you get back to Amman.
I don't know about that, but I'll certainly try.
Well,
I mean,
my
Bahamut's
mother's
not the
there.
god of cooking or anything, but
Well, my mother's there. You could just take your wife, and my mom would make it for you.
wow, really?
Absolutely. That's where I learned
what's
to
her
make it.
name? Yeah, what's her name? Where can I find her?
I
I'll
need to
definitely
get-
remember tomorrow.
Her name is Emma. And bear with me a second.
All right.
I wrote this stuff down, and it's not top of mind anymore.
That's okay.
The Rousing Spark.
The rousing spark. All right, I'm gonna go there and I'm gonna take her there, and she's gonna be so impressed. All right, well, cool. Thanks. I'll like, wow. Small world. You're from Amman? I think you told me that, didn't you?
Yeah. Well, until recently.
Oh. Well, now you're adventuring, right?
With these folks.
Yeah. Well, you know, if adventuring doesn't work out, clearly you've got another career path in front of you.
I like to cook. I'm not so good at like running the actual tavern, but I like to cook.
Oh.
Sounds like you need a business partner.
Conveniently, Mom can cook and she runs the business, so I was sort of extra. But I
I'll
think
drink to
that.
that. Absolutely. I'm sure, like at the edge of the table, there's some dog eyes like eyeing this one plate of food that hasn't been fully ate, and you see like Fen like looking at you, Zarvolg, with the look of
Yes.
like, can I basically?
Sure. I'll
He does,
try
like,
to
the thing where
subtly
the-
slip it under the table to him.
Make a sleight of hand check.
That saves me from getting barked at by Zarvold by feeding the good boy food under the table. I know I'm not supposed to,
Oh,
but that
no,
doesn't mean I
8, you kind of like take it and you're like trying to be subtle about it, but like someone fully eyeballs you and you just kind of like keep following through and just stare them in the eye.
Let's
And
be honest.
then just
Fen
like,
has his own. Fen has his own. Let's be
Bear a
real.
little tusk.
Yeah.
and Fen just like scoops it off and just devours the whole thing. He's a very happy, very, very happy dog. You know, I do have like, we'll do it another time, but I do have like optional like drinking rules for D&D, like con saves and drunk personalities and stuff like that.
Oh yes, we've seen those.
Maybe when you complete your poaching mission, you go for another drink. We'll play with those, but definitely make drinking around the tavern a lot more fun. I forgot I had them. I should have done them.
Oh, that's right. Drinking competitions.
Drinking competitions. She goes, all right. Well, I'm gonna keep. I don't know what I was going to say. I'm just gonna keep drinking. I don't know. I'm not going anywhere. She's just. And Kima's just gonna drink until the lights go out, if you know what I mean.
At some point, Yvain is going to grab Finch and say, I need to get her back to the long... Would you walk me back?
Sure, yeah, of course.
Thanks.
Bye, Finch.
Bye. They'll just like,
We're coming back.
bye.
Okay, you guys go wandering.
Okay.
Hey, so... Alright, I'm really directing you on my friend. I heard what she said. I don't care. But it really bothers me that I think that you think that maybe I do. So I won't speak of it, not even now. Not ever unless you give me leave.
You're just gonna play
So you have
quiet.
surety.
What are
My
we
mom's a
talking about
drunk.
here? What are we talking about here?
Oh. You're an angel, right?
Oh,
Keep blowing my cover.
Oh,
you just-
I was trying to
No,
be
it's
subtle.
perfect. It's perfect. So Finch will pause at first, like hear that and be like, okay. So, and they'll start to explain, not exactly, and they'll go into detail with Yvain about like their heritage and what happened like in Amman, kind of like
Go
leading
ahead.
up to them. Yeah, leading up to them leaving. So yeah, so they'll explain that there were some events that happened and it caused some unexpected things. So basically triggering
Are you going to type those out to her?
yeah, I can tell you the story if you want.
Yeah, tell a story. That's
Oh, yeah.
All right.
That's what we're looking
So
for.
so
Fantastic.
Finch will okay, so we'll do it this way. So Finch will go and Finch will sit Yvain down and they'll explain why they left Amon. So they will explain that they were out one night with their brother Xander, who is they're young. All of Finch's brothers are older than them, but Xander is like the youngest of the oldest. They're a year. He's about a year older than I am, but does not have his wits about him to save his life. Anyway, we were out at a tavern and it and they'll try and find the words and then they'll say he went missing, so he went missing, and so that's very unlike him. He's very boisterous, very much the life of the party. So I went looking, and here he had got himself into a scuffle with some rival individuals in the town. I think maybe I had made mention of this before, but in Amman, there is a tradition called the Day of Challenging. And it is essentially basically like a day of battles between followers of Bahamut and followers of what's it, the storm? Yeah,
It's all of them, but those are the two most
yeah.
competitive.
Yeah, so and Finch will go on and explain that. And so my father was a grand champion of the Day of Challenging, and so are two of my older brothers. Xander is training to compete, and they got into a scuffle. So as I was looking, excuse me, as I was looking, I stumbled upon basically him getting his ass kicked. I'm sure he ran his mouth, and I can't say that he deserved it, but yeah, he was outnumbered, and that triggered something in me that I had never experienced before. And yes, to my surprise, I did sprout wings. Very startling, very jarring in that moment.
I know,
So
right?
yeah,
It's
it
not at all
was.
what you're expecting. I get it, yeah.
And it was quick. It lasted for maybe a minute or so, but in that moment that's what happened, and I didn't have anyone else to go to, so I went to Lady Kima and I explained like pretty much in tears, because I had no clue what was happening. And through through her travels, she explained to me that it's very possible that instead of being what I had always thought I was raised as a human, like my family, it's called an ASMR. And I'll explain like what an ASMR is, which is like a celestial like having like celestial blood, and the race is very rare and it can skip generations. So to my knowledge, no one in my family that I'm aware of has the same bloodline, but that's not uncommon. Um, so when word got out that there was an ASMR in Amman, let alone a paladin, it caused quite the stir. Not a negative stir, just excitement. That I, I I don't get it, but I feel like individuals really looked at that as something holy and divine, and it was just too much for me to take on. And so Kima had suggested that I take some time, and she helped usher me out of the city until the craze died down. So nothing bad, just very overwhelming, more attention than I would want on myself. Um, so that is so not exactly an angel, but
basically an angel.
yeah.
Right. So, my mom's a drow elf. I don't think it really matters here, but she says there's some place called the Empire. I don't know if that's a dance hall or something, but apparently, if anyone asks why I'm so adorable, I'm supposed to tell them it's because my father's an earth genasi, which he is, but I don't get my pink eyes on my skin from him.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I
we all
never
have
met
our
my,
secrets.
I never met my mom. So that's been a big part of my life as well, is that she passed on before I could remember her. So the memories I have are from the stories that my dad told and my brothers told. Um, so I can sort of relate.
All right, well,
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure things were straight because
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, it has
been
nothing. Yeah,
on
nothing to do
clearly
with
for that
you, for
reason, and
sure.
I didn't want you to think you had to leave us.
Yeah, no, it has nothing to do with you. It's and it's not something that I'm necessarily ashamed of. It's just that from my experience and the reception that I received after news got out was more overwhelming than I'm not really, if you know, like I'm not really a person to really draw attention to myself. So to have parades in my honor and people coming to visit, my mentor and wanting to speak with me and just be in the presence of the divine that's not, I don't want that. So it's not that I'm ashamed. It's just that I am weary because I don't know how people will respond to all this.
No, I get that. All right, well, let's get back.
So we'll go back. I think Finch will feel a little bit better that like now they're actually like starting to be able to like come into their own skin. Maybe it has to do with their oath and like more stepping into the light or what have you. But I think Finch will be happy that they were asked about that.
Absolutely. Okay. Is there anything else anyone wished to do this evening?
No. I'm gonna take kind of a circuitous route home. Nothing in particular, just taking advantage of having some dark time and kind of clearer streets for uh, less beautiful Zarval to kind of see the city with less eyes on him, I guess.
Understood. Definitely understood. I wanted to ask you a quick question, Zarvolg.
Yep.
So, with Fenn's leveling up, or gaining of levels, shall we say,
Yeah.
I gave Fenn skills in athletics, as that
Yep.
seemed fitting, but knowing your path, would you prefer that to be in stealth instead?
Oh. Yeah, I mean, I would. So that can go one of two ways. I guess if I'm making the choice, I'd probably take stealth. What I had planned on doing was just getting pass without trace and just doing that for him when we needed to do it. But I mean,
Yeah,
that'll save me a spell slot.
definitely. Because there's, yeah, Finn, yeah. So, yeah, I'll swap that around
Okay.
for Fen to give Fen the athletics there, or the
Heck
excuse
yeah.
me, yeah. Just wanted to be sure we were making that pup the way we
ID
needed.
Mastiff.
Yes, exactly. Okay, cool. Just wanted to double check that. But yes, you head home and Fen in the dark. You two make quite a team. As things are clearing up, Lady Kima doesn't drink until she passes out. She does begin to sort of find her way home for the evening. And most of the bar people leave. And Ember, what are you doing tonight? Dodger's already left. Finch and Yvain have left. Zarbog's left. What are you doing?
I'm gonna, chit chat with some folks. I wanna get to know are there any like specialties of Zephyra? Items that are are made here that aren't made anywhere else.
Got it. Are you referring specifically to food?
Food or drink, either or.
Understood. Yeah, you can talk to them and they'll carouse with you, especially after your meal. You've gained a little bit of like respect around here for the trade, and they can clearly tell your skill. You would hear information about like, oh yeah, like we work pretty hard to make sure that food is as enjoyable as possible. You'd be surprised, the mountain has a certain amount of ability to provide, and with the druids, they're able to make things grow here that they wouldn't be able to grow elsewhere. So, we hunt a lot of goat, a lot of mountainous beasts, goat being our primary food source. We get plenty of imports. Not plenty, but the necessities anyway. We make this kind of, I want to have an answer for you. We go plenty of things here. Fruits and vegetables are made. The land has been made fertile so that it may grow and grant bounty. There's plenty of strange spices that you can find within the mountains if you look hard and well. Plenty of bird. So nothing too different from the world outside of the peaks, but nonetheless our own variation of things based on what's available to eat in the mountains.
I've run across it only once, and it was exceedingly rare. I never got to try it. It's a drink. It's usually served hot. It's made with a dried and roasted bean. Usually grows at altitude. That's why it's not common from where I'm normally located. Have you heard of this? I think they called it coffee.
Oh, coffee. Yes, we have coffee. Anyway, he goes, tell you what, come back early in the morning. That's usually when we all like to have some coffee, not late at night. It gets you a little wound up. But yeah, come back around the morning and I'll show you how we brew it.
That would be awesome. I'd greatly appreciate that.
Fantastic. Absolutely. And yeah, just to fast track that a little bit, you'll come around the next morning and Buddy will be more than happy to show you the process. He says, yeah, we have a couple of like this is where the beans are, and we'll take them fresh off of the plant, and they'll show you that. I have a very limited knowledge of how coffee is made. I believe the beans come off of a tree, and they take it off, and they're like you grind it up, and you put it here, and they use the thing, and they pour it. It basically shows you the process of making coffee. And if you wanted to purchase some coffee beans, he would be more than happy to sell you a couple for not too expensive. I'd
That
say
would be awesome.
he'll say, tell you what, 5 silver, and I'll give you a pretty decent bag of coffee. How does that sound?
That sounds fantastic. Thank you.
Excellent. And yeah, so you can add to your inventory. We'll say it's like a 3 pound bag of beans, of like coffee beans. So it's like a fair sum of coffee there. Um, so you could add that to your inventory. We'll say I don't know if I want you. I don't know if we need you to keep track of that. How about this? This is what we'll say, Ember. We'll keep track of how much coffee you make, and I'll just kind of let you know if we think reasonably you've gone through it or not at whatever given time.
Fair
We'll just
enough.
kind of we'll just kind of play it by ear, basically.
Fair
But
enough.
yeah, you got the process on how to make it. You've got you need water, you need hot water, you need to grind up them beans, and you can produce flame. Water's not too hard to find. Shouldn't be too hard to make some coffee for the folks. Incredible. But yes, and as you're returning that evening, Ember, you are going to, the ring is going to glow ever so slightly. And as it does so within your mind, you are going to hear, Ember, can you hear my voice? You recognize it as Estrix.
Yes, sir.
Ah, very good to hear. The ring's power is expanded. I wanted to ensure that this communication method works. Excellent, Amber, very excellent. I see that you have made great progress. The ring has some ability to keep track of this. And where did you end up, if you don't mind my asking?
Well, we had several people who got injured. We ended up going to Zephra, as opposed to up near the lake. But we're planning to head there eventually once everybody is hale and hearty. Traveling through the swamp injured seemed a little bit too risky to be warranted.
You had friends who were desperately injured, so your solution was to climb a mountain.
It was the best of the available options.
I have no doubt. I have no doubt. Your perseverance, it impresses me, Ember. It impresses me. Well, if you are in such a place of deep wind, then perhaps it is time that we expand some of your abilities. You have been doing quite well. I am impressed.
Thank you,
Keep
sir.
up the good work. The rings sort of begin around the seam where the gem ends and the actual band begins. It begins to there's a little black smoke that just sort of starts to steam out, and then it starts to like really start to sort of puff out, and you feel it hot around your finger, and all of the steam sort of begins to billow out of the ring and almost ignite within, like coals sort of just catching embers until it forms into this smoldering black smoky hand in front of you.
Wow.
You'll hear lastly, may this serve as a familiar guide to you, Ember. It's at your command. Should you lose it, it may always be returned to you. Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
I'll be in touch. Keep up the good work. And the ring fades in its glow. The Smash Bros music starts playing.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, this the smoldering, smoky hand sort of like sits there, hanging in the air.
That's
Hi.
fucking-
It waves at you.
Oh, cool. You can understand me then. Have a seat, and we'll walk.
It like flies over and it starts like Like it just starts figuring itself out, like how it wants to sit there, and eventually it decides on like just like kind of holding on and like a one finger, like it just kind of like holds on to your arm, and it almost gives it this like it's a hand, but it gives it this sort of almost like smoldering shoulder pauldron appearance to it a little bit as you walk. The steam sort of like the black smoke sort of roils off of it, so it kind of gives you this like smoky thing, a smoky effect that happens as you wander and walk with it, which is kind of cool.
Cool.
And yes, you do feel, Ember, like from the power of the ring, that you do have the ability to, you know, if it were a little too apparent in its apparel, you could dismiss it and return it like genie in a bottle. And as you sleep, I'm sure you will come to understand your abilities quite quickly, as I'm sure you do. And with that, yeah. And with that, you may all go ahead and get a long rest, get some sleep after your big arrival in Zephyra today. And yes, Zarvolg, if you delete Fen and retrieve Fen, it should work. He has a +4 on stealth now, as opposed to athletics.
Great, thank you.
No problem.
All right, so the next morning, Zarbog is up early as always and out the door, looking for a suitable, relatively natural clearing to set up what's essentially a really rudimentary target dummy.
Okay. Not hard to find. There's this is not a heavily populated, fairly populated, but not heavily. And yeah, you find yourself a nice space where you can set up a couple pieces of wood, tie them together, and form yourself a training dummy. Fen has seen you do this many times, and you really are like the confidence and the bond between you and Fen is really like solidified, and like as you like draw your bow, Fen just suddenly is like right at your side, on command, and is right there ready to do what you want.
Great. Speaking of that, we're going to go back to the longhouse and see if Yvain is up and about.
We'll say, yeah, you guys all are on a similar schedule, considering that you're all traveling together. So maybe by the time as you've gotten up a little early, Zarvolk, you come back, you see the rest of the party is beginning to stir.
So he kind of, because he's awkward, sort of, he and Fen sort of awkwardly mill around unusually close to Yvain, just kind of, just kind of looking at her and waiting for her to say something.
Fen has no such awkwardness, I don't think.
No.
The battle-scarred Fen immediately
Oh,
sees what's going on and
oh, he's my
like
good boy. Good morning. Good morning. He's my good boy. Yes, he is. I love you so
yeah,
much.
just like climbs up on top of you, like puts full weight on your vein and just starts like licking your face all over, waking you up.
So Zarvog looks at her hair, which I assume is still growing back, and he says something to her in Goblin, but she doesn't speak Goblin, right? Right. So that's what he was trying to figure out. Right. So he says,
Oh, what was that? I don't know that one.
Goblin, come with me. I'd like to show you something. They kind of motions for her to join him outside, and they're heading back over to the target dummy area.
Okay.
All right. So when he gets there, he kind of gets down, maybe on one knee, puts his forehead against Fen's forehead, and makes like a series of kind of like, grunts and hums or whatever. And it looks more than like somebody just like, good boying the dog or whatever. Like there seems to be not 100% communication, but something a little bit more communicative going on. And when he's done, with their heads still together, they both kind of turn and look up at Yvain really quickly. And then Zarvog stands back up and he says, he points at the target dummy and he says, I want you to point at the dummy, and I want you, in a commanding voice, to give a 2-word command. His name, and then the word ita.
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 Is that correct?
Yep.
And she'll point at the target and say, Fen, Ita.
The fin goes tearing off, and hits the target dummy 1,000,000 miles an hour, and just starts gnawing the hell out of it. And
Elaine's in full squee mode. She's just
so
she's gonna need a minute.
Zarvo kind of chuckles to himself at her excitement, and he says to her, "Now, his name and Irzat." Go ahead.
Is he back already?
No. He's still attacking it until you give
right.
this command.
Fen, Iza.
Yeah. So he stops. He stops and stands back, and he's still growling or whatever. All right.
Oh, that's genius! What you two have done? That's incredible.
Next, he says, "Josh."
I'm writing it down.
You go. So Ita is ITAA. Is attack. Irzat, IRZAT, is like stop it, ceasefire, basically. And so the third one he just told you was Shash, which is SHAASH. And you don't know what it means yet because you haven't done it.
All right. So, Ben, Shash.
Right. And so he comes running back to you.
He's such a good boy. He's such a good boy. Oh my God, he deserves all the treats.
So that's come. And finally, it's AAZAT. Azat.
Fen, Azat.
So he sits down, and that's Zarvo explains that's stay, hold position. Now, if I ever fall in battle, I want you to guide him.
Of course.
All right. And with that, without further ado, he gathers Fen and they walk back to the longhouse.
Okay. And for your benefit, Zarvolg, I will say this. I'm sure you're going to want to choose. Well, how this will work as far as combat goes with Fen is on your turn, you will always have the option to either allow Fen to act independently or to act upon your command. And will always be able to act on your command as long as he can either see you or hear you.
Right.
So that's fine. If he can't see or hear you, then he will act independently. And yeah, I'll say with this training, should for whatever reason you be incapable of Yvain, yes, you may decide to control Fen if Fen is willing and able. Zarvolg is Fen's master, but may be willing to take commands from you as well if the situation is right. Fantastic, yeah. Right. Incredible.
And now you know Little Goblin.
Oh God.
Zar, one thing. She hands you a potion. A glass bottle. So, fair warning, it will taste awful. Astringent. It's sort of going to feel like it leaves your tongue stripped, but it will cure what ails you. Literally.
Pops the cork and smells it and then makes a face.
I'm sorry. This first batch is awful, but they do work.
Thank you.
I'll talk to Ember about making them better. So you have one,
One healing potion.
one baby potion of healing. And I'm going to get back to my potion making.
Potion making. Okay, yeah, speaking of which, let me ask the party what the plan is. So you guys have your mission to go hunt down these poachers, but there may have been some conversation in there about you guys holding off to better prep for the mountain. So what would you guys like to do? Do you guys want to just kind of keep taking it day by day and then move towards the mountain, or did you guys want to take some time to take some downtime to prep? Yes, Yvain.
So my understanding is that we got here at night. The next morning is when we met Corin and Vilya. The next day, which is yesterday from where we were, is when Finch took their orders. Is that correct?
Not quite. You guys got there and you went to the Longhouse, and that's where you met Kima. The next morning, you went to see Corin and Vilya, received the mission, and then Finch took their oath.
On the same day?
Yeah.
That all happened on the same day?
Yeah, it was later that day.
It was later that day.
Big
Oh,
day, big day.
shit. All right, good. I didn't think I got a potion made that day.
Hell yeah.
Also,
I started on it.
happy 25 days of being a party together, guys. As of today.
Yay!
Like I've known you my whole life.
I don't know what everybody else wants to do, and I'm cool with heading out either sooner or later. But if we're going to spend at least a little bit of time in town, Zarvog was going to look for hunty types and ask around about where griffins might nest nearby. At least a general direction.
That's really smart. I think
Yeah.
we should do that no matter what. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, make me a little insight check to an insight check to kind of go around and see if you can assume any information.
16.
16. Yeah, you'll there's nowhere they're like, well, we don't really like name every place, but I can point you in the direction for sure. You go talking to a number of like it seems that the scene around here is, yes, there are hunters and there are climbers. Those are sort of the people who range out. So those are some of them being rangers, like yourself. And they would give you the direction of a couple of places to go. Yeah, we found one nest empty, a couple peaks in that direction, nowhere too close to Zephyra. So you'll have to range a little bit that way, no more than maybe a half a day. You seem to know what you're doing in the wild, so maybe about a half day that direction for you. And they give you the location of somewhere to start, perhaps. Fantastic. Always good to get somewhere to start.
Yeah, I got what I need. I don't think there was anything else I was going to do in town specifically. I mean, I can spend time if you guys want to spend time.
There's not anything in particular.
All I'm going to do is brew potions every day with her. Like, just get healing potions for us. So if we just want to go, we can just go.
Fucking go.
Let's go. Yeah, if you guys wanted to head into the mountains, you most certainly can. Get that
All right.
adventuring life started.
Oh,
That
do
life
this.
dough. That life dough.
That adventuring life dough. Okay.
All right. So
You guys pack up your... Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going. Oh, go ahead. You first.
I was just going to narrate your leaving, but yeah, if you got something to say or do, go for it.
Once we get a decent ways out of town, Zarval will kind of stop the party, kind of kneel down and put a hand to the ground and pull back his hood, which he almost never does, and do kind of a 1,000-yard stare. His little hobgoblin ears might twitch a little bit. Takes a big deep breath in through his flat hobgoblin nose, and he tries to sense if he can detect any humanoids within a 5-mile radius from where they are.
Ooh.
Tasty.
And yes, as you are playing the revised Ranger, that's going to be a little bit more juicy for you, that feature these days.
Oh yeah, it's way
Um,
better than the old one.
Yeah, God, Ranger sucks in the original one. Revised Ranger all day, baby. Okay, let's go take a look, just so I can get a little refresher for myself. Yeah, your ears twitch, and Zarvolg, um, this is a place like the wind sort of, you climbed the mountain and the winds were intense, but as you got into the village, you notice them calm down. And as you tap in, you do feel this powerful link to nature, and to Fen. Your primeval awareness, so almost seeming to link you and Fen together, this beast in you. And from both of you extending out that you can feel the very essence of the elemental and primeval structure of the world within this range. And you reach out for those entities that you have spent so very long learning how to hunt, how to find, how to know about them, how to kill. Let's see, 5 miles, my guy.
Dang. 5 miles.
Yeah, all humanoids
It's
within
fucking
5
immaculate.
miles.
Right,
Holy
and the
cow.
information that he gets is ridiculous. Like he can tell how many of them there are.
Oh,
Mhm.
for real?
Yeah,
Oh, there's more than, and that's only part 2 of primeval awareness, I think, right?
right.
Dang.
Gets the creature that you, okay.
I love level 3.
Yeah, so I know, it's so good. So you take that minute, you concentrate deeply upon it. Present within 5 miles. Okay, let's see. You definitely detect the many humanoids. You detect plenty. You detect there's about. Jesus, this is so much information. I love it. I love it. Just give me half a second so I can be prepared for you.
You just
Right.
cast it? There's no, you don't have to roll. There's no like
It's
anything.
not.
No.
It's
You
not even
cast
a
it?
cast. It's not even a cast. It's like an innate perception that he has now.
Is
It
there
takes
like a
one.
limit?
It takes 1 minute of concentration, but it doesn't cost like a spell slot or anything.
And can you cast that how like do you have to do like once every long rest?
No, there's no limitation on it. He can do it every
What?
whenever.
It's so
Yeah.
broken. I love it.
You can sense whether you are favorite, and then this feature reveals which of your favorite enemies are present, their number, and the creature's general direction and distance in miles from you. Okay, you're aware that there is about, and don't hold me to this number, but about 1,310 souls within 5 miles of you. You locate maybe about 1,000 of them in the village proper themselves in different places near the cherry blossom tree. You detect many sort of on their gliders up in the air. You detect maybe like a good 200 of them just like all around in the 5 mile radius, just like 4 over there, 5 over there, 2 over there, 3 over there, in little groups all through the peaks, climbing, ranging, hunting. And your mind is almost overwhelmed by this life that you sense around you.
So he'll, try to keep an eye on the peaks or the general direction that he was pointed for the recent empty nests that were found, and just kind of pick a group, any one group in that general area, and try to head toward that.
Absolutely. And as that sense is there, it fades after a moment. And once more, your senses return to something a little bit more shorter distanced, shall we say. And yeah, you can start walking in that direction.
Yeah, so he stands up,
Um,
puts his hood back on,
Absolutely.
starts moving.
And for all of you, you guys were like, "What's his problem?" Like you don't really understand the weight and gravity of the power that was brought to bear in this moment. That would be
if we're all gonna stop, I probably should show you something so you all don't freak out.
That's a good idea.
I've I've
That's
I've
very
acquired a third hand.
What? What?
Oh no.
And that's a kind of ashy, cindery colored hand just kind of appears.
Where
Yep.
did that come from? Why is it here?
Well, its name is Red. Wave high, Red.
Okay.
Red.
Red.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, you see this black, smoky, cindery hand, and sort of like where the palm would be, see almost like under the smoke, there's like a red glow, like an
That's cool.
orangish, yellowy glow, like a big hot spark just under the surface of the cloud.
Is it friendly?
Finch waves back like, "Ooh, hey,
Yeah, it seems to be.
it's friendly."
Mr. Asterix sent it to me.
Oh,
What's it do?
yeah.
Does it cook?
It's
Hey,
French
does it cook too?
cake.
Is that
It-
is that what it's for?
It flies around.
It flies?
Goes up, goes down,
Okay.
That,
waves.
that's alarming.
I love it. Oh, it's
Devane would love it.
perfect.
She thrusts happy at it.
And in case anybody's wondering, it is a right hand as opposed to a
Oh.
left hand.
Finch realizes in that moment that they're the only one that doesn't have a companion and is sad.
Well, Dodger doesn't have a companion either.
Yeah.
Never mind.
I mean, you've got a
Yeah.
I've
donkey.
never heard of donkeys.
Dodger is your companion.
Dodger can be
Finch.
my companion.
Dodger's your sidekick.
Technically,
Dodger's
with
like,
my
well,
back,
fuck that. I'm gonna stay here in Zephyr until my PC shows up.
technically with my background, I could have a squire that follows me around. But
I'm
Yeah,
Oh,
but that gives
actually,
very,
that's a good-
like Geralt Jaskier vibes.
well. This actually, I was actually gonna bring that up. So before you go, Finch, Lady Kima, slightly a little darker under the eyes.
right? She's like,
uh,
fuck.
she's gonna be like, "Hey, you guys all you're heading out with your little crew. Gonna go do some adventuring, like you said.
We are, yes.
Cool. I don't know if I'll be back when you're back. So, take care of yourself and good luck. And look, if you've been from away from Amon for a while and you still have a little bit of travel between now and then. If you wanted to head back to Amon at any point, I think things might have calmed down by now.
I
I've been
think so.
traveling for a couple weeks now. Like things should have calmed a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. I think we'll make our way there.
And like, hey, if you're trying to become big time adventurers, I mean, Amon's the city to do it. So, anyway, there's lots to see on the road from here and there, but I just wanted to let you know, like, if you wanted to go back, I don't think you'd be swarmed or rioted or put up on a golden chariot or anything anymore.
I'll take
Possibly.
your word for it. And Finch will go to like shake their hand, but then like pull them in for like a hug again. Okay. I love you, man.
I love you so much, dude. He goes, yeah, well, hey, look, I hope I see you. Take care of yourself. Oh, if you're gonna go wandering into the summit peaks, go pick up some fucking climbing gear, okay? Invest in some climbing gear.
That's a good
Yeah.
point.
I mean, we're all, big show and swords and stuff, but I usually rely on my wife for the smart stuff. But anyway, look, if you're gonna be doing
That's-
climbing, you should get climbing gear, right?
Yeah, okay, you bring up a good point. I know I kept you around
All
for
right.
some. I knew you kept around for something.
I taught you everything you know.
That's true.
Anyway, be careful out there, kid. I'll see you soon, all right?
Okay, sounds good.
All right.
I'll make my way back to the party and I'll explain that like talking to Lady Kima and yeah, she suggested we get climbing gear, which given our track record with
Oh,
getting
that's a
gear,
good idea.
why is
I'd be fine, but you would be fucked.
Oh, me?
Sorry.
Why? Oh, because of my armor?
No, she looked at Dodger and said that.
Oh,
Oh, you know what? Fuck all of you.
I'm out.
It's my very bastardized
Oh, it's
impression
perfect.
of Dodger.
Well, actually, really good. So we should go and buy climbing gear. There's probably a general store or something that we can buy.
I think so, yeah.
Something of that nature.
Yeah. So we'll go into town. Making my way.
Making my way.
Okay. Yeah, if you guys go in there, climbing gear is not hard to find.
Oh, sweet.
Let's take a look. Yep, climber's kit. If you guys wanted to purchase climber's kits, there's plenty in stock. This is Zephyr after all. The climber's kit includes special pythons, boot tips, gloves, and a harness. You can use the climber's kit as an action to anchor yourself. When you do, you can't fall more than 25 feet from the point where you anchored yourself. And you can't climb more than 25 feet away from that point without undoing the anchor. So basically, it's like a surefire way of not having to worry about falling from a great height.
Great. How much?
Yeah, how much?
They are 25 gold pieces a pop. Wow. Yep, they're a little steep, but they are very specialized.
Okay.
Right.
Gold.
Gold, yep.
As someone who's taken a 50-foot fall, not falling 50 feet would be fantastic.
And we purchased them.
Yep, me too.
Okay, yeah, whoever wants to make a purchase, 25 gold pieces, may add a climber's kit to their inventory, and you may put them boot tips on and your harnesses on and prepare yourselves for some climbing. You, Zarvolg, were told where to go in the peaks, which would be in the eastern direction.
Right.
That is where things kind of went bad. Yeah, I think the rift is several days away in the northern direction, if the map is to be believed. Okay, fantastic. You gear up, everyone packs it up, and you guys can get going. So because you guys have the climbing kits, I'm not going to have you guys roll any checks for the day to see if you get damaged or exhausted. So your kits will allow you to completely overcome those without any issue.
Worth
it. Yep, saves you from money and exhaustion, which is always great. And you guys can just go climbing. So for what I'm gonna have us do, it's about a half a day's travel, you were told, in that direction. So Zarvolg, I want you to make a survival check, and I'm going to give you advantage because what you're looking for is for signs of these poachers, these humanoids, which is your favorite enemy.
Yeah, I got 24.
24, very good. I'm going to roll a little something here. Your guys' day of travel, at least this part of the day, goes by without any complications or issues. You guys make your way through the Valley of Zephyr without taking any trouble. You guys get to your first wall, and Zarvolg very much leading the way, climbing. Bless you. Or I don't. There's someone in the background. Blessing a stranger. You guys you climb up the mountain. The anchoring gets easier and easier when you guys basically climb in a line. You put the anchor there. The person behind you unhooks you. Climb up another 50 feet. Person behind you unhooks you. And you guys, maybe there's a couple falls from a couple people, but they only at the bottom of the 25 and they climb back up. And without issue, you are going to not travel. You travel for about 4 hours into the peak, so it's a bit of a travel. And you guys find yourselves on the edge of one of these peaks, sort of a little outcropping. Like, imagine if anybody has seen them in the deep deserts where there's eagle nests on high peaks. Right. It is like that, except about 4 times as big. There is a not a huge nest. It's not magnificent in size. There's a nest, and there is a couple of scattered bones from perhaps meals of whatever griffin lived here. And there is also a griffin corpse. There's the corpse of decaying. You can smell it in the heat and the wind. Or actually, no, it wouldn't be here, would it? Because it is Zephyr and it is very windy up here. But they're griffins and they know how to make their nests. I'm gonna say it's there. Sorry, that was me talking to myself in my brain out loud. Yes, you find this griffin corpse there. Definitely has decayed over the last several days. You can already see like the eyes sunken into the head and the rib cage is starting to reveal. Feathers have fallen off the side of it and kind of spoiled. And there is a empty, ill-maintained nest. This is the scene that you guys see as you climb this mountain.
Well, what do we do next? What can we see from here? Like outside of this immediate area?
Oh, you could see a great deal. It is also worth noting that as you left Zephyr, the wind picked up. It is, I'm not going to say a maelstrom, but the wind is heavy. If you've ever been walking around like downtown or something and the wind is enough that you can almost like lean back on it without falling down, it's about that intense at its most. Maybe a little bit more in sort of gusts, but it's very, very windy. And you look out over the mountainscape. You can see Zephyr from here, from this high peak, which is about like this big off in the distance, the entire village. And you can see the many peaks, the summit peaks. You can even like look off the peak and see the Catal swamp down the mountainside. A couple peaks over down the mountainside, you can just see the sort of the edge of the Catal swamp. And maybe like you can't quite see it, but you know where Stilben is prospectively there. So you have an incredible, like, beautiful mountainscape view of several hundred miles around the summit peaks itself.
All right.
And of course, the swirling clouds above.
I'm gonna take another minute and do another primeval awareness and see if we've got any humanoid action relatively close by.
Understood. Have a second while I fix up my sound balance here, now that you guys are doing a little mountain climbing. Yeah, let's take a look. Oh yeah. Your senses span outward. You are far too away from Zephyr that you are able to spot any sort of activity, but you definitely detect humanoids in the mountain. And I'm going to tell you all about that. Right.
Yay!
Second. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? You detect about. I'm gonna. No, I guess it has to be within 5 miles. So, about 3 miles. 3 miles to the northeast, you detect 3 humanoid signatures.
Okay. That it?
That's all you detect for now.
Yep. All right. So I turn around and tell the group we have 3 humanoids within about 3 miles to the northeast. Shall we go take a look?
That makes as much of a sense as any. Well,
Yeah.
there would be other people up here. It seems a little suspicious to me, right? This far out. Let's go.
All right. So off we trek towards the in that direction. And as we get like I don't want to lead the group right up to
Mhm.
this group of humanoids. So, as we get within, I don't know, not within sight distance. So depending on what that is, half mile, quarter mile, whatever. Um, I want to stop the group and take a chance to go do some recon. I don't want to just wander right into whatever camp this is or whatever.
Okay, I want you to make me another survival check at advantage. Your primeval awareness only spots them for a second, but you sort of have a trail to follow now. And these are your favorite enemies, so shouldn't be too hard.
Oh, except that I only got a 10 with a +5.
Understood. 10. It's a little tricky because you're used to tracking individuals, but these are the mountains, and people kind of have to zigzag and move here and there and around to get to a location rather than just the sort of a generally straight path. So it is a little tricky. Um, uh, so you kind of make your way over there. You get to the location that you last spotted them in. Um, you with a you rolled a 10, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah. Usually you'd be good at like, okay, I can see the direction they're going in, so I could cut them off here. But you kind of get to climbing and you're moving around. You're like, I don't really know where they're going to end up because the mountains are so unpredictable. Let's just go to where I last knew them and track them from there.
Sure.
So you get through the mountains and you guys do a bunch of climbing. Takes fucking forever. And you get over there and you do find that there is sort of a somewhat trail. And you do see that there was some dragging happening here. There is like a rather large trail with a couple of scattered and snapped, rather large feathers.
All right. So now we can track. Let's go.
Track. Okay, gotcha. Yes, carrying over your 10, you can follow that along. Um, you get to the bottom of pretty much a flat wall that goes up. And you can see there's a little sort of firelight coming in so it's like the mountain wall, and then there's clearly like almost a cavernous indenture on the side of that, and then it continues on, and you can see sort of a firelight flicking from in there, from down below.
Can I tell how they got up there?
Uh, just trying to see if I'm gonna see something here really quick behind the screen. They're pretty efficient. Yeah, you look up and you do see that there is what looks to be like some kind of crane-based pulley system, some block and tackle system going on up there.
Okay.
You get the sense that that's for loading supplies and even like traveling individuals up and down.
All right.
If you want, I can take a peek. Well, Red
Yeah.
can take a peek and I can see what Red sees.
That'll work.
Distance from the ground up to the where the winch gap is it like 100 feet, more than 100 feet?
Let me let you know. I'm traveling there right as we speak to find out for you.
Okay.
Oh god, that's not exactly what I needed. Okay, here we go. Have a memento. Loading. Where the hell did they go? Oh, they're over here. Hundred feet. Thereabouts.
Fantastic. In that case, I'll let Red kind of assume his gaseous form and just drift up until he's at floor level.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yep. Drifts up. You just want to send him up? Is he going in stealthy?
Yeah, well, as stealthy as a cloud can be.
Okay, fantastic. I believe he has an ability in there where that allows him to assume a
A gaseous form.
more gaseous form to look less like a hand and more like a cloud, if he
Yep,
so desires.
that's what I want to use.
Fantastic. As he begins to elevate, the black smoke sort of changes. It turns into something a little bit more, still a little black and gray, a little Nimbus for sure, but a little more like a cloud than a specific hand. It starts to drift up the side. You can. It doesn't have eyes, but you can do that if you so please.
Absolutely.
Okay. I'm going to show you what you're seeing right now. Well, please. Yeah. Share screen. So you guys are down there where the water line begins. And your hand sort of billows up. Ooh, I forgot to put in the corpse. You guys see this, well, you, Ember, suddenly find yourself blind to your surroundings, but the interior quite visible. You see uh, a number of individuals within, um, most, all of them human. They're all wearing like leather armor, sort of like leather armor that's clearly meant to have some camouflage-esque effects, meant for mountainous travel, harnessed and all. They have leather, they have spike-tipped boots, clearly well equipped. They clearly look to know what they're doing. They're all equipped with short swords and long bows, and a couple of them are over by the griffin and just like taking pieces of meat out and handing them over to another individual, takes it over to the fire, and begins to start sort of cooking. There's a couple of boxes to the side, a couple of boxes hanging around, and most of them just sort of milling about, um, sort of just tending to the camp at this time of day. And that's sort of hanging out here. They're kind of bantering a little bit, but that is what you would see from a 60-foot radius.
Okay.
So
And I'll do a hand on shoulder thing. People, there you are. And I'll relay what Red can see. That looks like there's 6 people in mountain working garb, long bows, short swords. There's a griffin body up there that they're breaking down for food. Um, they seem to be pretty well equipped in camouflage. Um, that's about what I've got.
Is there another way down?
Not that I can see.
Right. So here's what I suggest. They've got to come down at some point. I say I can set an alarm down here. We can get out of eyesight. And when they do come down, we can ambush them. That I would say is preferable to trying to climb up the side of the mountain while they're firing down at us.
Are you suggesting that we wait them out or that we lure them out?
Either way.
Okay. I definitely don't want
If
to
we-
attack uphill, you know?
If we lure them out, they're going to come down ready for something. If we just wait them out, they could be more, we can catch them more unaware, basically.
And again, thoughts, but I'm not certain if everyone is open-minded to that. We can climb straight up the rock face, right? With our climbing gear?
Yeah, you guys can take a climb up there. Attempt to be stealthy as you do so, but not really, because it's
Right.
Right.
You can only hammer metal into rock so quietly.
Well,
yeah.
once we get
let's
to it,
let's stealthily mine iron out of the mountain.
well, what is can we guess like the distance between where we're at, like, and straight up?
It's about 100 feet.
About 100 feet? Yeah, so once we get to a certain distance, I could cause a distraction. I'm not sure if that's the best shot that we got or not, but I'm not sure we're going to be able to sneak up on them anyway.
Well,
Ember, just a quick question: were you still seeing
Yeah.
through your?
yeah, that's the plan.
Okay, so I'm gonna track back to Ember for a second there. So you three are speaking. Maybe you're looking over at Ember, like waiting for input, and Ember's just kind of like staring off into space and seemingly not reacting. Ember, as you're there, you could hear them bantering a little bit. You could go ahead and make a perception check. With, I would probably say, your hands stats, if you want to see if you can hear things without having to get closer.
Okay. I just had it open. I closed it. What the hell's wrong with me?
Well, yeah, so yeah, it's your choice. You could either do a stealth check or you could do a perception check with your hand. Stealth will allow you to get closer to hear without issue. Perception is to hear from this distance.
21 for perception.
Hell yeah.
21. You listen very keenly through your hand's ability to hear. And you hear, yeah, some of them speaking. These ones over here, like, cutting up the griffin, and they're just like, yeah, you get good meat off of the haunches, you get the whole, and, you know, they're just kind of speaking. These four over here are kind of like sitting around the fire, eating their meat. They're going, that was another good haul. Got another egg. They go, aye, yeah, aye. They go like, well, we better be taking them back. We'll be taking them back tomorrow. We've got to hit that other nest before we get them back to the main camp. Actually, yep, here we go. Sorry, just getting all my information. Says, yep, we'll have to take these this load of eggs back to Rizik's tomorrow, but we gotta hit that one nest that one griffin mother ought to have given birth by now. And they go, oh, that's right. Well, ambush shouldn't be too hard. It's all planned out, whatnot. And they all kind of continue to poke the fire. One guy goes, any new recruits to speak of? No recruits. We lost those four individuals at that rock slide. So no doubt Rizix wants to do a little recruiting. Another one goes, I heard that they sent one of the hunters here to the city to find some more recruits. Is that true? And they all kind of shrugged, like, I don't know, but probably, maybe. Rizix knows what he's doing. And then they like, oh, so how much rations do we have left? And then they begin to start speaking of somewhat inconsequential things. But you do learn of their need for more hunters, and you do learn that they are going to see Rizix tomorrow after a final hunt today.
A little. And I'll relay to everybody that Rizix isn't with this group. They'll be meeting him tomorrow. They have some eggs already. They have a plan to get one more stop in tomorrow before meeting with Rizix. There's also a push to recruit because they've lost some individuals. I have a thought, but I don't know. I'm not sneaky by nature, but campfires are pretty visible, and if we were to make a campfire and say Rizik sent us under the auspice of, well, these folks were here in this area somewhere, uh, we might be able to draw them down, or at least some of them down, perhaps.
I don't think we need to draw them down. We know they're coming down tomorrow, right?
Unless the griffin that they're planning on hitting is up.
Still, one way or another, they've got to get the eggs out. I say we wait for them down here. I say we wait for this party down here for them to leave that ledge. Then, after we've taken care of that, head back to, you said that they were recruiting in Zephyra?
They mentioned somewhere, but
Head back to
Rizik's
Zephyra.
his hand.
Right.
I get the impression that they're recruiting probably from Stillman.
Oh, from Stillman. Interesting. Well, anyway, I was going to suggest I could pose as a hunter looking to be hired and try to learn the location of Rizik's that way.
I'm pretty certain that the people in Zephyr would be happier if we managed to not break the eggs that they currently have and don't allow them to acquire any more.
Right.
So if they bring them down with them, any rough and tumble with them would put them in jeopardy. I mean, I don't know how fragile a griffin egg is, but normal eggs are pretty fragile.
Well, but they're
I,
planning on mountain climbing them home, right? So they've got to be protected somehow.
yeah, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're protected against lots of rough and tumble, which is somewhat problematic. However, if we were to say light a campfire down here, which would pique their curiosity and bring them down, they're going to leave them up there, probably with one or two guards. At which point we could deal with the group that comes down and then potentially get up to deal with whoever the remainders are, and the eggs will remain safe. But it's not my area of expertise.
I'm trying to not have arrows raining down on my head. What happens if they send 3 down to check out the campfire and the other 3 stand at the edge with bows ready?
Then we tell them we were recruited as hunters. We lie. I don't know. I don't have a good answer.
Our goal was to find this Rizix. They're going anyway. Joining the party and getting inside from the inside might be easier. You can see the utility of it.
All of us.
My concern is, I mean, what if we get asked to show some kind of proof, some kind of credentials that we were recruited or sent,
Yeah, that's true.
right? Could be a paper or marking. That's immaterial.
No, you're right.
I think, yeah. I mean, as far as the infiltrating thing goes, I think it's probably better to actually get recruited.
Right. I see what you're saying.
But they're not the ones doing the recruiting.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I vote we take this group out completely, and then go and try and get recruited.
But we don't know where Rissix is. It's difficult to get recruited by a recruiter when you don't know where. That's a lot of recruiters.
We didn't. I thought you said that they had sent someone into some town, and they were looking for hunters, right? So if
I
I
get
show
the
up,
impression that town is Distilbin. Probably the guy who went down with the one egg
And that's quite a ways
is
away.
on a recruiting mission. In addition to moving purloined eggs. He goes, sells the egg, uses the money from that to hire on a bunch more schmooze. He brings the schmooze back. They replace the ones that they lost. Stillbin has a lot of people who would be willing to take on a questionable task or two.
what do you think?
Dublin is quite a ways away.
Oh, I don't.
If Czar's looking to be recruited, right? To get him back in some kind of favorable place would require us to get him back to Stillben. Just thinking logistics. We could also take a prisoner. Finch suggests that, and then Flinch is like, it's not
Right,
exactly the most holy or divine thing to suggest.
that was another thought. I mean, we could try to interrogate them for the information.
Right. Right. And then pose as.
I like that idea.
Just saying. We don't have to keep them all alive.
All right.
So that still begs the question of how do we deal with them?
And there's no, I guess this is a DM question. Like, there has to be like, is there a way we can do an investigation check for like a trail to make our way up there? Or are we like of the belief that they did what we're doing and like scaling their way?
They've got a winch.
They've got
they seem to have a crane winch. Like you guys could absolutely scale your way up there, but so you have a couple options. The first is that you guys could just try and free climb it without making any sound, but that's definitely more dangerous.
Yeah.
And difficult to be potentially stealthy. Oh, did you hear? So yeah, you could either just fucking climb it with your gear, or you could try and free climb it. You're not going to be getting there stealthy if you're using your gear. You want to try and free climb it. It's definitely more dangerous, and it's also possibly stealthier, depending on your rolls. And if somebody falls, then yeah, people are gonna hear about it, right?
Or somebody's gonna just die, right? Because that's you said 100-foot drop.
Right.
Potentially 100-foot drop is that potentially is a couple boo-boos. I'll say at this point, like passive insight is going to start to begin to tell all of you as you devise and try and figure out and realize this is sort of a tricky situation. You recognize that these hunters, for what they are, they're very well, like tactically speaking, they're very well positioned. Their operation is very well done. Griffins are supposed to be ferocious creatures. The fact that these people are having success against griffins apparently without many casualties, the other group being lost to a rock slide, you're starting to get the sense that these guys they know what the hell they're doing, especially considering they have eluded the druids and climbers and hunters of Zephyr for so long. Starting to get a sense that these guys are, they're not your everyday poacher.
My vote remains that we wait them out without alerting them to our presence. We don't know, as far as we can tell, there's not another route away from the ledge that they're on. It looks like they've purposely set this one up to get this path up to get to and from this ledge. I say we just wait at the bottom quietly until they come down.
I'm far from a tactician, so I'll agree to whatever seems
Well, like I said,
smart.
I do have a little bit of a shenanigans idea. We wouldn't get the complete jump on them, but could distract them. And like Finch looks at Yvain, hoping that maybe she catches on to what they may be alluding to.
Oh shit, that might work. Alright, so what if there was a way to draw all of their attention, but it would require us to go in shooting? It's a gamble if they're very good.
I don't see another way, right?
It would be very difficult to guarantee that we would be able to keep one alive.
Just give it a try, huh?
Oh, sure. I mean, I'm happy to wait, but yeah, that makes sense. Know what you're saying.
Okay, I have no idea what you're saying.
So Finch is going to look at them and they're going to say, what if we try and climb the rock face? And once we get to a certain point, I will let you know. And I'm just going to ask you to trust me and I will explain later.
So, given that the case, how are we getting up there without them knowing?
I mean, I guess they would hear this. They would hear the sound as we were coming, right? Like, obviously, initially at first they wouldn't, and then just this is me. This is.
I mean, it's pretty windy, right?
Right. Yeah. So I mean, logically, I mean, yes, they would hear us as we got closer, but okay. So my thought is that may become immaterial if I can provide some kind of distraction. You would follow behind me, follow my lead. And it would become immaterial if they heard us or not because I'd already be distracting them.
I mean, if you're comfortable with this distraction and
Sure.
gaining the attention of all 6 of them at the same time.
Oh, I'll get their attention, all right.
Well, if you're gonna go that far,
if we can get them clumped in one place, in theory, I might be able to stick them all there, but 6 to 1 half dozen to another, whether or not I can do it.
Okay, we going?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So,
we start climbing.
Okay. So you guys are you guys free climbing or are you using your gear?
We're using gear.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're using gear.
Give me a second while I just make a quick adjustment here. Whatever. Rock. Let's get it on.
Oh, baby.
And,
I'm assuming I've devised some type of hauling Fennop about contraption.
Little
I
harness.
imagine it was tie dog to belt or something like
Right.
that. In
Amazing
my
to his
mind.
back. Do we have Dodger with us, right? Are you gonna yes, right?
I'll say Dodger's with you. Yeah, I'll
Okay.
take care of Dodger. Or somebody can. I'll take care of Dodger. If anyone wants to like in the future ask Dodger or any of you to take responsibility. If not, it'll default to me just so that we're not stepping on toes for any reason.
Probably
Okay.
best if you do, right?
So
So
when we're done with all this, we should figure out a harness for him too, I suppose.
I'm not worrying too much about the our missing PC. I don't know. I'm sure there's some way that was solved without climbing gear otherwise, and we'll take it up with Cooper next week.
Okay.
In the meantime, so you guys are using your climbing gear.
Yes.
Okay. So what's the marching order to go climbing? That's
I'll go
Sounds
first.
like- Yeah,
You're gonna
Finch
go
is going first.
Finch, and Zarvolg, and Fen, who's probably strapped to you right now, Zarvolg.
Yeah.
Who's next?
Dodger, I guess.
Okay, Dodger in the middle. What about Yvain Number?
I got.
You'll go next.
Oh.
So
I
Yvain,
can
you're
go
next.
spider and give Dodger my climbing gear. I'm nervous about this climb. This is not my best suit.
How long can you stay at Spider?
Ooh, yeah, spider.
Couple hours.
Hours.
Okay.
2 hours, I believe.
Well,
Is
by all
that-
means.
3 now, I think. It's per
Oh,
level,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
And Finch will look at Yvain and just ask, like, is it worth expending your energy to give that up now, or should that be something that's saved?
Yes,
Just
yeah, I know what you're saying, but I am worried. Like ooh, hey. Look at me. I'm cute. I'm not strong. I'm very clumsy.
Okay. We've made it this far with our gear. How quickly can you shapeshift if you needed it? Like if you felt like you were falling, right? Is that an option? I'm just trying to think if we're gonna be
Actually, I
using a lot
don't
of
know.
energy to make our way up, maybe save everything else you
I
got.
can't shape shift if I'm fighting. But I can shape shift if we're not in initiative yet. So if I'm falling, I don't know if I can shift if I'm falling. I'm getting
Unless
the
you've held your
sensation that
action,
right now.
no. Yeah. When you're falling, you're at the mercy of your reaction and what you're capable of with your reaction. So if you had previously held your action, if you're like, okay, I'm gonna climb these 20 feet, I want to hold my action to shape change if I fall off the mountain, you can do that. But if you're just free falling, like you can't take your action in the middle of a free fall.
Okay. I will go up slowly. Very, very slowly.
Yeah,
So
we
just
don't
so
have
I'm
to
being very
rush.
clear, everyone's harnessed, everyone is connected to their climbing gear, winches and whatnot.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Very, very cool. So you go up, Finch, put that pipe in the wall. Well, probably not worrying about
Actually,
that yet. Probably
but
want to go up a good 3.
before we get that far, can I? Is the smoke hitting like the top of the thing and kind of slowly rolling out?
Yeah.
Can I send Red back along the smoke trail and down into the campfire and leave him there?
Yeah. Make me a stealth check.
12.
What is that mini?
This is my sacred weapon slash construct slash whatever the fuck it needs to be at the time.
Okay.
That's what it is. Your cloud begins to wander in, and is immediately seen
Oh fuck.
by like about two of these individuals, and they go, "What's that?" And they all kind of like look up at it, and they kind of fully watch as it travels across and down into the smoke. They're like, "Hey, look, what's going on there?" And like one gets a short sword out and kind of starts trying to like poke or stab at the thing. I believe it is immune to such damage while in its cloud form. Yes,
I need to. It's new.
where it's like using
Need
a
to.
poker on it. Oh shit. Yeah, it basically functions the same as gaseous form.
While in this form, can't manipulate objects. Any objects it was carrying. Target it can't. The task or otherwise interact with. Has resistance to non-magical damage. Has advantages. Just has resistant to non-magical damage.
Oh, okay. I said short sword, but it's not that extreme. One probably just like picks up like a poker stick and starts like poking at the smoke. And it's definitely sort of harassing Red and starts to like move a little more solidly around. They go, "What the hell is that?" And they just start and like they're watching the one guy just sort of like poke the smoke cloud that actually reacts to a good poking, to some degree. And they're just kind of interested in what it is. They haven't identified as a hostile threat, but like a bunch of them are just like looking at the thing. This person picks up their bow and starts going to wander around. They're like, "What's going on? Something's weird is up." And they all start kind of wandering around. It's definitely drawing some suspicion to the camp.
Oops.
No damage to it as they don't know it to be a threat, but definitely they're like, that's weird. What's going on?" One guy's like looking around outside. He's gonna make a little perception check.
Shit.
Sort of like pokes his head out, looks around, pulls back in. Doesn't see anything quite yet. Pulls back, continues to wander around the camp. And spot you guys down below.
Yeah, if there's like any fissures in that rock, since he can go through really tiny spaces, I'm just gonna suck him all the way into any little crack or crevice he can get into.
Make me an investigation check as your familiar to see if it can like seek out a fissure to go in before they're like, "Oh, okay, what's that? Well, go get it, get it."
Yeah, it's just a 6.
A 6. It starts like it floats out or away from the fire anyway, and starts like moving along the wall, trying to find a good crack. And they're like, "What is that? It's something for sure. Get it, get it. Yeah, give it a good poke." One of them picks out their short sword and starts like trying to stab at it. It's gonna get a free shot in before he finds his fissure. It's gonna be a 20 to hit your familiar.
That hits.
For 5 points of piercing damage. It doesn't take it out, right? And it's halved because it's in the gas form.
3.
So 2 damage. So Red takes a little 2 damage as it slashes, and then it finds a fissure and like sucks itself inside. 2 of them go up to the wall and they're like, "What was that? That was so weird." And they're like, "Yeah, keep an eye on that over there. That was really strange. There was some druidy nonsense. I've never seen anything like that." And it seems to be more of a fascination, like maybe like some strange rodent crawling around more than like an active hostile threat. And they kind of just go back to what they're doing. They're like, "What do you think that was?" Meanwhile, down below, you guys are going to do a little free climbing to get up there. You're probably going to want plant your first python bench at 30 feet so that if there's a fall, there's a 5-foot buffer so no one gets hurt. So why don't you make me a little athletics check, see if you can make it up to that 30. too hard.
23.
Yeah. After about 2 rounds, you manage to like get up there, and you like manage to fit yourself into somewhere a little bit more. I don't know, in a way that you're able to like get your hands free, and you line up that python and your hammer, and you're like, all right, here we go. Ding ding. As Finch goes to work, is anybody closely following behind, or are you guys just like letting Finch get up there to plant the first python?
No, I'll let her get up there to let them get up there to plant the first python.
Okay. Ting, 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 ting. Finch, you get your python in. Um, uh, Bad news is they go, what's going on down there? And you see a couple heads poke out. Go, there's someone climbing up the wall. A couple of arrows are brought to point down at you, Finch, and you hear sort of calling down through the harrowing when you hear, "Who are you? What are you doing here? We'll open fire!"
Fuck. Well, I mean, that's not really how I was going to cause a distraction, but okay.
Oh no.
Would they
Nope.
see from that far down?
Retreat!
It's only about 80 feet. Yeah, they can see you.
Yeah.
70 feet. Who
Yeah,
are you? Speak now, or we'll fire.
Yeah, I'm not gonna answer. I'm just gonna try and like retreat. And they can try and hit me if they want.
So you like unhook, leave the python, and
Yeah.
start climbing down.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go to a break. 5 minute break. Then we'll roll a little initiative.
Of course.
But for now, break it out. We'll be back.
a predicament for sure. Same, Carmen. People are shooting off fireworks and it's very loud.
I'm not loving it. I'm not loving it.
I've seen so many things online. We talked about this yesterday a little bit about like people just like taking a chill pill with like residential fireworks. I wish people weren't able to do that.
Oh, it's actually against the law. You're not supposed to. They do it anyway. And it's the South. Ain't nobody cares. People are blowing up stuff. Yee-haw.
See, I'm in the North, and for a while it was illegal here, and now it's like
Maybe they'll give up on fireworks and just start shooting the guns overhead,
Oh.
like in the Taco Bell commercial. I think it was Taco Bell.
Don't speak things into existence.
Oh no,
Because
there's a reason.
it's so little now.
The entire town was out having a festive whatever, and everyone was shooting bullets straight in the air, straight overhead.
Jesus.
And then somebody looked up and screamed, "The bullets!" as they started to come back to the ground.
Gravity is a thing. Yes. Yes. Did we forget about physics? We are all at times victims of physics.
Nah, but we remembered the cowboy movies where they did it. They done diddly did it. All right, roll me that initiative, folks. It's time.
Do you want 2 from me, Brian, or do we want to just tack red on after me?
Just take it right after. I think that's the easiest way to do it.
That's fair.
Just keep things simple where we can.
I want to make a house rule that if you get a 20 on initiative or something stupid, you can bank it for another time.
we'll save the crit.
Nah.
God, can you
That
imagine?
sounds like a slippery slope, suddenly allowing people to like save crits. Oh boy.
Right.
Clearly, I'm teasing.
I
Hopefully,
know.
Non-stop
you guys know,
forge to collect
I'm not
crits.
advocating that.
You good, you good.
But that was not when I wanted my net 20 of the night.
What's that over in the corner over there?
What?
Right hand side on the right of the cliff.
This?
Yep.
That's their pulley. That's their like
Oh, okay. That's the
on the
one.
barrier situation there. All right, let's get some initiative there. 25-20. Yep, Zarval, good stuff. How about and Yvain? What'd you 2 get?
I got a 20.
20.
Who wants to go first?
Czar, because he's got a much higher deck.
Oh, I gotta roll for Dodger. Hang on a second. Forgot about Dodger. Forgot I have responsibilities. Responsibilities. Dodger with the hot 7. Who got 20 to 15?
15.
18.
Dodger at the back. Okay. All right, Zarvolg, you see that things are getting tense. They say, like, tell us what you doing here. We're going to open fire. And you see Fidge sort of, like, unclasp and start trying to retract. They go, you asked for it. But before their arrows go off, what do you do?
Could we zoom out so I can see where I am.
Absolutely. Sorry, just trying to get my
No, that's all right.
music in place.
All right, so I'm assuming we've got ground over in this direction as well, right?
Yeah, like if you wanted to like run for cover,
To the
you
left.
could
Yeah,
like.
that's exactly what I intend to do.
All right.
Oh, let me throw a hunter's mark real quick though.
That's a 90-foot range, though, isn't it?
Oh, you know what? I don't know.
I don't think you're gonna catch these guys. They're a little far up.
Oh yeah, you're right. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so I'm gonna action dash. And in the first round, that should give me 80 feet.
Okay.
Around the left-hand side there to try and find some full cover because I do not currently have a plan for how we're gonna deal with this.
All right. So here's what I'm gonna say. You're clearly leaving combat range for yourself. Got your full cover here. So I'm just gonna put you over here to symbolize that Zarvolg and Fen in tow just go like tearing off down the path to go find some better cover from these bowmen. Okay. Yvain?
I'm going to call to Finch and say, fall back, and do exactly what Zar has done.
All right. With 60 feet,
We
you're
did not plan for that.
yeah, you're a little touch behind, but I'm gonna say the same thing. You go running for cover. You leave the combat zone. Ember?
Okay, I'm going to break going in the opposite direction to the same side that the pulley is.
All right. 30 feet.
No, I'll double move it. I'll go 60.
Okay. Up against the wall?
Yep.
Okay.
Then Red is going to kind of ooze his way out of the rock and head towards the pulley.
Okay.
And I have a question.
Yeah.
What's the pulley made out of?
Pulley is a couple of things. There was, it would have, it's a pulley, so there's metal, there's wood, there's rope.
Fantastic. If he's got enough to actually be up in the air, like over by the pulley, his action will be to change back into a hand.
How fast is he?
He's got a fly speed of 40.
Okay, easily. So 40 feet, we'll put it right next to the pulley, and it can use its action to reassemble its hand form.
Boom, got it.
Fantastic. All right, Finch, you have unclasped yourself. You want to? What's the plan? What are you doing?
I'm gonna back down the rock face. Can I dash?
All right.
Like, dash.
dash.
Equivalent.
Yep. So that'll get you 30 feet down the rocks, which is going to get you.
Basically down to the bottom, right? Almost. Yeah.
It shouldn't have. You went 35 feet up, so that should be with 5 to spare right
That's
here.
fine.
I just put you in the wrong spot, I think, on the map.
Mhm.
But yeah, you start going down as fast as you possibly can. You're about 5 feet
Mhm.
from the ground. At that point, I'd let you just drop and fall to the ground if you want. No damage.
That's fine.
Okay, and you just drop and hit the ground, but you're out of movement and you're out of action. Anything
Yep,
else?
that's it. No, that's it.
Okay. Poacher's turns. I think they see you guys all clearly quite intimidated and running away. They, I think, just hold their action. Ember, I want you to roll me a stealth check for your hand. While it was in the fissure, it could have done this stealth check, so I'm not giving extra economy. This would be for like your past, whatever.
Okay.
Just to see if your approach is noticed or not.
23.
23, yes. Your hand's approach is not noticed by the poachers, whose eyes are keenly fixed on all of you downstairs. You hear some speaking up on the ledge, but they don't open fire, but they keep their arrows and their bows clearly trained on all of you. Dodger's like, fuck this, and is going to go running after Yvain and Zarvolg using cunning action. Will fly past Zarvolg for a 90 feet.
Wow.
Yep, cunning action dash, main action dash, basic movement. That's 90 feet. Zarvolg, you've left combat. You're not intending to return, I assume?
No, no, not unless somebody has a plan.
Okay. Yvain, same thing.
Yep,
Okay.
I got nothing to do here.
Fantastic. Ember?
I'm gonna move another 60 going in the same direction.
Okay, you run the other way, 60 feet. Haven't quite left the combat zone, but close.
Red is going to cast heat metal
Okay.
on the pulley, and then drop a full 40,
All right.
hugging right tight to the rock wall.
Got it. We could even say at like 40 here, it like looks up and like snaps its finger, and the whole pulley system goes. Roll damage to see if you. I mean, it's going to be pretty easy, but go ahead anyway. Roll heat metal damage. It's either going to take out the pulley or the rope, and I think the rope isn't going to hold up.
That's 11 points of fire.
Yeah, the pulley sort of glows, and then just trying to think about the mechanics of a block and tackle. So you want to do that. So as it does this, it snaps the little wood platform, which was probably just like a step to be ascended on, just kind of like daintily follows down the cliff face, and the massive block on the other end like falls down the rock face, which definitely draws the attention. And they go, "The pulley!" They don't move because it's not their turn, but they definitely take note of that. Okay, fantastic. Anything else, Ember?
No, that's it for me.
Finch?
I'm going to dash again in the direction that Yvain and Zarvolg went. Yeah.
All right, you take off. That brings us to the poacher's turn. These two poachers definitely run over to the pulley system to see what happened. Unfortunately, your hand is not under stealth anymore, and they will witness you and it. I want you to make me a deception check here, Ember, to make it seem like you weren't a part of. You don't know who that hand is. You never met him in your entire life.
21.
Yeah, you have your back to them, and you're just straight up running. And you do not look like you are associated with what's going on here at all. These two guys are going to take an open fire on your hand, though. Okay. Arrow goes off. 20 to hit.
Well, that hits.
The other one was a 13. Does that hit?
Yeah.
Oh, these are D8s because these are longbows. 11 piercing damage for the first person.
Okay.
If it's still doing fine, the second will attack. That's going to be a 23 and a 12 to hit.
Yeah, those both hit.
First one is 10 points of piercing damage, and the second is 7.
It goes poof.
These 4 arrows or 2 arrows just slam into it, and then the 2 more arrows hit it, and it disintegrates into a puff of smoke. Will require resummoning in the future. These guys come over here, and they continues to draw the arrows. These guys kind of keep an eye on everybody running away over there. They're sort of squabbling up there. The last thing I'll ask, Ember, is that do you intend to continue your runaway?
Yeah, and the goal is to kind of circle.
Yeah, see if you can find your way back.
Wide.
Gotcha. Okay, with that, we are going to leave initiative. Zarvolg, Finch, Yvain, and Dodger go running into the trailscape that you guys followed to get here. And Ember, you go running the other way. This is down paths that you haven't explored yet, Ember, so you don't really know where they lead. But maybe you'll be able to find the party, or maybe they'll be able to find you. But in the meantime, you guys run for a little bit, not too much, because to a point where you're like, okay, I'm pretty sure we're enough away. And yeah, you guys have exited initiative.
Right. Now what?
Yeah, that truly sucked.
So you were right. We should have done it your way. We'll listen to you from now on. But there's no way to know that as soon as the thing touched the thing, they were going to go all. Bleh.
Yeah, I didn't think they were going to hear us coming from that far.
That was ridiculous. Where's Ember?
Yeah, where's Ember?
I mean, I could probably find him.
I saw him run the other way when I was running this way, is what I did.
Thanks, Dodger.
I mean, I could track Ember down if that's what we want to do.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
let's make sure he's okay. Right.
All right. Now just keep Ranger shit. Where's Ember?
Ranger shit.
Yeah, you focus in on your senses, and you don't get like when you do primeval awareness, it doesn't like give you like
Right.
Ember from Amon.
Right.
But you definitely prospectively like would know which one is Ember.
Right. There's a
You see
single
there's
person out there by himself.
yeah, you see the 6 individuals up top. And then you see that single individual sort of heading in the opposite direction along the canyon wall.
All right. So
Yeah,
do
once
we all...
once I get out of LOS for where that is, I'm going to stop, and I'm going to cast Produce Flame. And
Okay.
I'm going to close my hand, open my hand, close my hand.
a little beacon?
Okay. Little beacon. You wouldn't see that through the primeval awareness.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, you start doing that, you make a little beacon. No problem.
Should I stealth over and bring him back, or are we all going? What do we want to do?
We're not. You've got to
I
find a
mean-
different way to stealth. Clearly, going straight up isn't going to work.
Yeah. We got to find a path or something that leads up.
So we all want to go to where Ember is?
Yeah, let's see what's there.
Yeah.
Do we want to do that right now, or do we want to wait a little while?
Can we see can we see up the rock face to see that they're still like looking at us? Looking at you, looking at us, looking at me? I see you. Yeah.
Make me. Do you want to remain as hidden as possible while you do this?
I do.
Okay. Well, whoever wants to take that peek, make me a stealth check and make me a perception check.
Is nobody making a check?
You wouldn't want me to make a stealth check.
Yeah, I'm not great at it either.
I'll try to take a peek. I've got decent stealth and
And we all look at Dodger.
I'm specifically holding still like they teach you. If you're lost in the woods, stay where you are. Make a beacon.
I critted on perception.
Hell yeah.
How'd you do on stealth?
Not well. I got an 8.
Oh,
You got an 8. You peek out. You see the poachers looking at you, looking at them, looking at you. And you definitely see that they like spot you, and he kind of like turns a head back and says something back to the other members, and maybe 2 other individuals sort of walk up and kind of get a beat on you. You get the sense that they're on high alert. They're aware that you're here. They're aware that they didn't fully run you off.
Yeah.
You go looking for Ember. I would say, like, you don't have a direct line of sight on Ember, but you do see, like, at least in some sense off of, like, rock walls or whatnot, the sort of flickering of firelight.
So Ember's alive and over there, but they're waiting for us to move so they can start shooting.
We can hide and wait.
Do we know? Did we witness the pulley situation?
I would say with your perception, you see that they're looking at the pulley going like, like, fuck, it didn't work. And you see like the giant heavy block they were using as like a block and tackle, like embedded in the ground at the bottom of the wall.
So some news is they're not coming down that way. The bad news is they're eating an entire griffin up there, so they don't necessarily have to come down anytime soon.
No.
Let's go over to Ember while you guys are kind of waiting. So Ember, you're just kind of doing a little fire flicker, or is there anything else you wanted to do from your end of things?
No, just the fire flicker, but I want to listen to see, do I hear people trying to scramble down the rock face? Since I know the counterweight to their pulley went smashing to the ground down below, meaning that someone's going to have to climb down to grab it to haul it back if they want an elevator going up and down again.
Yeah, you get the sense that like that's gonna be a bitch to reinstall. They're gonna have to climb down. They're gonna have to get this heavy ass block. They're gonna have to like travel it all the way up there. That's probably gonna take a couple guys. That's gonna be like a whole project. Absolutely. Yeah, that's a pretty heavy block there that they were using. So that'll be a little project, a little delay to put back together if they want to have a good pulley system going.
Actually, yeah, there is something I'm going to do. I'm going to cast Mirror Image on myself, and I'm going to try to head back to where I saw those guys go. I want to give, as wide a berth as I can, but this should help.
Okay, you want to try and make your way back to them carefully, safely. Why don't you make me a survival check, Ember, to try and navigate the mountain range here to return to your party.
That'll be an 8.
Oh no!
And that's why you stay put when you're lost in the woods.
That's why you stay put when you're lost in the woods. But we're not in the woods; we're in the mountains. Luckily, Ember, you do have your climbing gear, and I would say you've been using it well enough that you'd probably think like if you're going to do anything largely climbing based, you know how to use it and you know how to protect yourself from falls or anything like that. So you're not in any risk of serious harm. But you do get lost. You do get a little. You kind of like, okay, I'm gonna maybe if I go around here to like loop back around. And you realize like, no, that's a whole ass like thing. And you kind of are like, oh shit, okay, I'll find my way back, and you get a little lost. So while you're getting lost, what are the rest of you three doing? Because Dodger's sort of flipping a coin really smooth like off of the corner.
I don't know. I don't have an idea here.
Yeah, I'm pretty stumped. I think a little defeated after
they're up there and not coming down and aware that we're here.
Yeah.
I don't know what you want to do.
Pray to God.
So, there is another option, but it could potentially end up requiring with you needing to heal me. I can turn into something quick like a racehorse. Go over there, fetch him, and come back. I'll be fast, but I'll also be a larger target.
Which was like, is that a fucking racehorse? What the fuck?
Warhorse. It's no, I did big horse. I can turn into a
Wild
riding
horse.
I know. It's just funny.
horse.
There's a fucking horse in the middle of the fucking summit peaks. What the fuck? This is really funny. They chase you guys off, and suddenly there's a horse. It's not like
Suddenly, what's
A purple horse, by the way.
definitely saber-toothed tiger.
we cut to the Pulp Fiction scene
can't yet.
where Samuel Jackson and fucking whatever the guy is, and they're having a talk about like God, and they're like, "There's no way that wasn't a sign from God." They're like,
Okay, so you're saying change, go grab him and come back.
I can be fast. I can be very fast. But I'll be a big target, which means you might need to come in and heal me.
Okay. I got nothing else at this point. I got nothing else.
Do I have anything else? This is madness. This is utter madness.
Yeah, this is pretty frustrating.
Sorry. Nope. But I'm inclined to shake them off this fucking mountain when I'm done. Excuse me.
I think Fen, or no, Dodger will be like, why don't we just start with getting our missing cook back? Why don't we just start there, and then we can worry.
No,
about
I'm,
I think that's what Yvain's working on.
That's what, yeah, that's what
that
we're
is
doing.
what I'm
Oh,
currently
all right.
working
Wasn't really
on,
paying
sir.
attention. I was too busy looking real shady in the corner here.
And you were brilliant at it. Brilliant, I tell you.
Brilliant.
I think I can only be a CR 1/4 right now. I just do one last thing. I think my goat might be. It's slower. Nope, that's it. That's the fastest thing I got.
A goat.
No, a horse. Goat. What?
I need to take you on a safari so you can find a cheetah.
Next to the
They're
jungle.
frightfully stupid, you know. So, I guess Mr. GM put me down
All right.
on the dry land. I can't believe I'm doing this. Holy shit, what's wrong with me?
Okay, what are you turning into?
A riding horse.
All right, you turn into.
Let me verify. Can I turn into CR 1/2 things yet? I don't think I can, but I want to make sure.
Let me go
It
double
will affect my
check.
decision.
Yep, for sure. For sure. All right, you are level 3. Wild shape. Transforming obesity, return benefit, choose.
This is always what's so confusing about druids.
As of level 2, you can turn into at a max a quarter CR creature. As of level 4, you can at max turn into a half CR creature. So as of now, quarter CR is your maximum form.
So riding horse.
So
then.
riding horse, yeah.
You become a riding horse. Okay. Aurora, Yvain, you become a riding horse. You go galloping along.
Yep, I will go at a full gallop, and I will stay I guess probably as close to the rock as I can because it's harder to shoot straight down.
Sure.
Arc. And I would think it would give me some. I would think this rock would maybe possibly give me some cover.
Yep, definitely being close to the wall can be very advantageous.
So I'm going to hug the rock and hustle.
Where's my goddamn horse? There it is. Ah, fuck. Hang on. I'm trying to give you a cool morphin power. Making you a mighty morphin ranger. Okay. You go riding down the lane. It's on your hooves. It's a little uncomfortable, not being sort of plains, but nonetheless, you will go fine. Um, no arrows come for you. You do hear like a what is a horse doing here? Those fuckers bring a horse into the mountains, and then they definitely like look with interest, like what are they trying to do? And then the horse just rides by, and they're like, "Well, that was weird." And like, there's definitely more of a like, "Okay, what's the plan here?" More than a like, "Oh no, a horse." More of like a what the fuck. But yeah, you get by. They don't attack you. You ride on by. At this point, Yvain, I want you to make me a survival check to see if you can track down Ember, because Ember is not where you left him.
Survival is a good skill for me. I think that's going to be a 16. Yeah, that's a 16.
16 is more than enough to track an individual who is making no attempt to not be tracked. And one is scorch marky as Ember. You go, it's a little uncomfortable for your horse body to get around certain places. You can't climb over certain ways. And I will say you do find Ember, but maybe Ember's like halfway up like a rock wall. And you like look up and see Ember like scaling to get to like the next ledge to continue walking. So you can't get up there, but Ember's mid climb or something.
I'm going to nick her.
Yeah, Ember, you're like climbing, and suddenly you hear the sound you probably didn't expect to hear in the mountains, which is the whinny of a horse. You like turn down, and you probably see Yvain as a horse.
Look, it's a lavender horse. I know who that is.
Yeah, he's a lavender horse. What do you know?
Oh, golly.
Yeah,
your ride, sir.
Your ride, sir. Ember, would you like to go see your friend?
Yes, I would.
I picture Yvain like stomping like a hoof, like, let's go.
You're stomping like a hood. You climb down, Ember. There be the lavender horse.
Okay.
Okay, you get on board.
Yep.
Yvain, you rolled a 17, you said?
16.
A 16? I'm going to say that's enough to have not lost your way back. Maybe if that was like a 10 or lower. But no, you get there, you know the way back, especially considering there's only so many paths you can take as a horse without it being wildly difficult or uncomfortable. And you go riding back. You get to the point where they might see you.
There is something
Remember?
I want to do.
Okay.
When we get within 60 feet of that counterweight that fell, and I'm assuming dragged all of the rope with it.
Yes, sir.
As we go riding by, bonfire.
Okay.
Right there at the rope.
Okay, you guys go riding by. What's the speed of your riding horse there, Yvain?
60! 60! It's 60.
And a full gallop will say you get 100 because, you obviously rode from off the board. So we'll say you get to 100 for 120. As you're going by, Ember, you do a little bonfire. The rope. The block itself is like a block of stone, so that's probably not getting destroyed. But the rope burns, and they go, "Hey, he's burning up a block!" Yeah, they're probably gonna take some shots at you guys. I feel like that's fitting. I'll tell you what. I'll be somewhat merciful, and I'll say you wanted to ride close to the wall, so why don't we say, Yvain, you slowed down for this little gallivant? We'll put you like here, so you're like halfway across. But we'll say you guys like you, Yvain, took the dodge action. You're like very close against the wall, being very careful, took the dodge action. So they are going to take a bunch of shots at you guys, but they're going to do it. They're going to do it at disadvantage.
Oh, those rocks look cool with the sunshine on them.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they do.
Oh, good. Thanks. Glad you like it. I think that's fitting. All right, here comes a hail of arrows, folks. Lord have mercy. Disadvantage. 2. How many of these guys? 6?
They're just
3,
firing at Yvain and Ember.
4, 5, 6,
Yeah.
7, 8, 9.
I just want to make sure I understood.
11, 12. Okay, 6 for one of you, 6 for the other one of you.
Fuck.
Okay. We'll start with you, Yvain, because you had the dodge action. 12,
It's not hit.
14,
Hits.
7 piercing damage. 10,
Does not hit.
19,
Hits.
6 piercing damage. How many was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 21 to hit.
Hits.
That's going to be 7 piercing damage. 2, 3, 4, 5. And the last one is a 9.
Does not hit. Now
Does not hit.
I know I've done this wrong because I don't want to hold things up. So I just took it off my hit points. I know it's supposed to take them off my
Horse, yeah.
form's hit points, and then it died, or I just immediately switched back.
Yeah, so you take them off of your horse's hit points. Once you hit 0, you turn back into Yvain, and whatever damage is remaining is then taken by Yvain.
Okay, just checking.
How many hit points? She has 13 hit points. All right, cool beans.
So are you Yvain again?
I am Yvain again.
All right.
It will take the vast majority of that. Let me.
Yeah.
God, for a wild shape.
Yeah, wild shape's pretty good if you use it right. Luckily, you're in the dodge action, so I'm going to say, like, you get some arrows in you, and you turn back into your form with, like, Ember on your shoulders as you're, like, running by. Ember,
That's amazing.
these are going to be for you. 15 to hit. You did.
Sorry, miss.
No problem. Miss. Nat 20 for 12 piercing damage. We'll deal with that lingering injury in a second.
God fucking damn it.
21 for 6 piercing damage. That's 1, 2, 3. 18 to hit for 6 piercing damage. 8 misses, and then an 18 for 8 piercing damage. Down. Okay, you guys are going by. You light this thing up. They go, hey, fuck you! And they fire off like huge hail of arrows that just splinters into them. You guys watch Finch and Zarvolg as Yvain and Ember hit the ground. I think I'm gonna say going forward, you can only get 1 lingering injury on attack. So if you get a nat 20 and it takes you down, I'm only gonna say that's 1 lingering injury going forward. Not that applies in this situation, but I think just going forward, because
Thank you.
that's a lot.
Thank you, merciful DM.
Okay, so going forward, if you
Yeah.
get taken out, it's just
Yeah,
one.
if you get taken out on a nat 20, just 1 lingering injury.
Okay.
Yeah, because only 1 attack can do 1 injury in my mind. You know what I mean? Like, if you get an arrow in the eye, it can't also hurt your knee or something. You know what I mean?
Oh right, yeah.
Okay, roll me a d20 there, Ember, as you well, roll me 2 because you got a nat 20 and then you were taken out.
I guess one could argue if you got hurt by something and then it caused you to get hurt something else. Like for example, if you got, like you said, an arrow in the eye and then it caused you to fall off a cliff, like technically you could incur 2 injuries.
Yeah, but then that would be a
I'm not going to
bludgeoning.
dispute. I think that's a fair call.
No, you know what, Finch? I think you're right. We'll go back to 2. No, I can.
15 and 2.
15 and 2.
Right.
15 and 2. You, my friend, are going to have 2 injuries. You are going to, first off, have a throat injury, much as Feroxy did. You have a level of exhaustion which cannot be removed by any normal means. You have disadvantage on constitution checks. The second is a festering wound. Your hit point maximum Actually, that's just for me. Yeah, that's just for me. So you have a festering wound. Just mark that down. Mark
right,
down something happens every 24 hours. So keep me in the loop with 24 hours passes, Ember, since you received your festering wound. But anyway, as we're in this sort of modified version of initiative here, I'm gonna say that it was like Yvain, Ember, then the poachers, and then you three can do whatever you want to do. Feel free to ask Dodger to do stuff if you want Dodger to do stuff. So Zarvolg, Finch, and Dodger are very much aware of what's just happened. Ember hits the ground. Yvain's got an arrow planted in her shoulder. And these guys are going for more arrows. What do you guys do?
Okay, so I can move stealthily at a normal pace, but that means I can't dash, right?
You can move stealthily at a normal pace when you are doing like long distance based travel, not during like combat initiatives.
Yeah, not now. Okay.
Yeah.
Huh, huh, huh,
Well, you
huh.
can move at normal pace while stealth anyway in initiative, right? You drop into stealth, you can still do 30 feet
Right.
or
Right.
whatever your speed is.
Um. Okay. Yeah, I guess I'm going to, hide or go stealth or whatever, and make my way towards them. I'm gonna try and gather Ember without getting a face full of arrows.
Okay. Make a stealth check as an action.
Ah, 10. Come on.
A 10. Is Fen going with you?
No.
No, you leave Fen behind. Go ahead and okay, so you go creeping out to about 40 feet to get closer. What next? Anything else? Bonus action?
No, I mean, I'm just gonna try and conceal myself as best I can there.
Got it. Okay, Finch, do you want to get up to anything?
I just stand there. No, yeah, I'm gonna try and like you said we see this happening, right?
Yeah, you see all this occur.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and stealth as best as I can.
Just as a note, if you don't think stealth is going to work, you can always use your action to take the dodge action, which will grant disadvantage to them. To any attack that attacks you will be the dodge action. So essentially it'd be Finch putting the shield up and like walking like this.
Yeah, let's just do that instead. That's probably better.
Okay, you take the dodge action, grant a little disadvantage, put your shield above your head, and you walk 30 feet up to behind Zarvolg, defending yourself.
Sure. Yeah, that's it. That's all I can do.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. I think Dodger is going to do what rogues do, cunning action, stealth. Rolls a 14 and is going to action dodge and sort of come up behind you guys. I think Dodger's just going to take the dash. No, it's kind of coming up on behind you guys. It's going to take the dodge action and keep close to the wall as the rescue team goes in. Yvain, you are standing over Ember's unconscious body. You got an arrow planted in you. You're in a bad situation. What do you do? You did too.
Bonus action healing word to Amber.
Okay, go ahead and roll
I'm
it up.
going to grab him and say, "Let's go!" Dash.
All right, got it. So, I'm gonna say it's an action to grapple your foe, grapple your ally, especially since they're prone. You're just dragging them along. So you action grab Ember after healing Ember, and drag him like 15 feet this way up against the wall. Go ahead and roll your healing for Ember.
I confirm, I think it's 10. Yeah, it's 10.
Okay, 10 healing to you, Ember. Which brings us to your turn. You wake up as you feel this arrow dislodge from your throat thanks to the healing word. Sort of pulls itself out of your neck. Maybe it kind of went through and like dug kind of deep into your collarbone, and you feel it sort of eject from your neck, and you kind of gasp to breath. What do you wish to do?
If I can get on my own pins, I'm going to move 30 feet towards the hell away from here,
Okay, so you stand up.
and then move 15 feet the hell away from here.
Okay, 15 feet the hell away from here. So Yvain is up against the wall in front of you. Do you want to move through Yvain's space, or do you want to move around
Yeah.
Yvain?
I'll move through her space. I'm not planning on staying there.
Okay, got it. So that's going to give you...
Oh wait, I couldn't move.
No, it's not really how it works in a combat setting,
Alright.
because things are happening too quickly.
Okay.
Basically, like you're dragging Ember along, and Ember just sort of kicks off and kind of like pushes past you, and you get to there, Ember. You have an action bonus action left. What would you wish to do? Dash?
Can I see any of the idiots upstairs?
If you're right up against the wall, you can vaguely see them poking out. Yeah, that's the problem with that like range there is that they've got really, you can see them, but they've got like 3/4 on you. Because they're just like poking out their bow in their head and taking a shot, but you can't see their torso or their legs.
I'll action dash.
Okay, you action dash. 5, 10, 15. You get to like here, which is between Zarvolg and, or you can just run around them, I guess. So you could just do like a 30-foot. I'll be generous and say you like, okay, we gotta be fair. You get up to here. You kind of like push past Zarvolg and get right to there. All right, that's all, Ember. Poachers' turns. It's getting a little tricky to see you guys. This one's gonna run over here. This one's gonna run over here. Gonna run over here. This one's gonna run over here. And this one is gonna run to the edge there. Hopefully he'll get a shot. Let's see, you guys are all packed up against the wall. Dodger took the dodge. You took the dodge, Finch. Ember's making a break for it. They do see you, Zarvolg. Didn't quite get away so easily.
All right.
This guy's gonna have a free shot at who he wants. He's gonna take one at you, Zarvolg, and one at they're gonna take one at you, Ember, and one at you, Zarvolg.
Yep.
Ember, yours is a 10.
That'll miss.
And a 10 for you as well, Zarvolg. 2 arrows, and they just sort of bounce off the canyon wall. This guy, he can't fucking see anybody. There's, well, he has a little bit more movement. He can get right up to the edge. He still can't really see anybody from that vantage. So he's just going to hold. This guy can get you, Yvain, and so can he. And so can he. So these 6 guys, I think, are going to take shots at you, Yvain. So, like, she was the horse? What the fuck? And they're going to take some shots.
I'll teach you to become a horse.
Yeah. How dare you?
What does that even mean?
One misses. That's a 21.
Hits.
A 13 and an 18.
The 13 hits, the 18 does not. I mean, sorry, the 18 hits, the 13 does not.
I was like,
I
huh?
apologize.
Up to malfunction. And then a 13 and a 23.
The 23 hits.
Okay, so 3 hit. First damage is 10 damage. Second is 8 piercing damage.
I'm down.
All right, and you're down. Prone. And the last guy, I think he's going to spend that last shot on you, Zarvolg, which is the one that hit, and I think that was like a 23 to hit. So
All right,
sees she goes down, shoots at you.
hits.
You're gonna take. Well, I just rolled it. That was 7 damage, piercing
Okay.
damage. Okay, those are the poachers, and they're going. I don't think they're really saying. They're just like ah. They're just like firing their arrows, just basically trying to kill you guys. Zarvolg, you see Ember racing out of there. You see Yvain goes down with a couple arrows. Actually, before we proceed, Yvain, roll me a d20.
Okay, it's a 20. I don't know if it's good or bad right now, but it's 20.
You receive a minor scar. The scar has no adverse effects.
Hell yeah. Match
You
10.
get basically you're just gonna have like a small scar somewhere, like maybe like a little wherever. Honestly, you can pick. Like maybe you have like an arrow entry wound like in your top shoulder, like on your shoulder going forward.
You like a
lightning
Tina
bolt
Fey scar.
on your forehead.
An arrow an arrow hit you in the face. You've
Took an arrow to
To the
knee.
yeah. Maybe you have like a scratch on your knee now. Took an arrow to the knee.
I'm picturing that Peter Griffin, where he's like,
That's Yvain down right now. Or the
You know
Jim
what?
Carrey. What do you
Totally
arrows.
to the knee.
All right,
Totally
you're like
to the
running.
knee.
One of these arrows like hits you in the knee, and you're like ah, and then another one like hits you in the back of the neck, and you fall over unconscious.
morbid.
Anyway, what do you do, Zarvolg, as you see the minorly scarred Yvain?
Yeah, I'm gonna try and run over
Okay.
and providing like kind of dragging her underneath me so that I'm shielding her as much as possible. Try and drag her back as far back as I can towards the us.
Okay, and you have 40 feet.
I have 30 in this round.
Oh, right, because you're right. I understand.
I only have
so you
40 in
get-
the first round.
Yeah, so you get up to her with 20 feet. You action grab her, and then you drag her. You step back 5 feet. You're able to drag her close to you. Bonus action.
No, I don't have one.
All right, Finch.
Cool. Yvain is the only one that's down yet.
Oh wait, I
Yeah.
take it back.
What's up?
Can I use do I have to use a full action to use my healing potion?
Yes.
Never mind then.
Okay.
Don't use the potion.
Yeah, I am going to use my movement to get to Yvain.
Okay. It's Yvain with 20 feet.
And I am going to put my hands on her arms and I'm going to cast Cure Wounds.
Okay, you put your hand on her first level slot. Go ahead and mark off the healing.
And that's 8 points of healing for you.
8 points of healing for Yvain. Very good. Okay. All right. Very good, Finch. I gotta play Dodger right. Gotta play Dodger the way Dodger intended, the way our Lord and Savior intended. I think Dodger goes, "All right, well, I was being heroic for a moment there, but it looks like you've all got it." And is going to dash back and go. I'm gonna he's gonna cunning action dash back, and he's gonna use his full action to pet Fen.
Bonus action gives the finger.
Yeah, later. Basically, cunning action middle finger.
Yeah.
All right, Yvain, you breathe to life. Your knee scarred. What do? You're underneath Zarval. Like you basically, like you wake up and like Finch is like, "Get on your feet, soldier. We're not done yet. We're leaving." What do you do?
Oh, fuck me! She just picks up and runs.
All right, you stand up next to these guys, half your movement, and then half your movement is 15 feet this way, and you want to dash?
Yes.
All right, 30
Yes, I
feet gets
do.
you out of combat. Fantastic. Ember.
The guy who took a pot shot at Zarvog and me.
Okay.
He's going to eat a scorching ray. Actually, he's going to
Scorching
eat
ray.
3 of them.
Hell yeah.
Fantastic. Make me 3 attacks from your particular angle. Let's see here.
If you can shoot me, I can shoot you, you little bastard.
Yep, that is absolutely right. I am gonna say
Goodness.
I'm gonna still call it 3/4 cover. You're like right underneath his ledge. Yep, still a very tough shot. I'll tell you what. Before I look at the roll, before you tell me, why don't you move up to like the edge of the end of the combat zone, 15 feet, and then you can turn around, take your shots, and use the rest of your movement to leave.
Okay.
And that'll
AC 22.
Not that high. You definitely hit.
AC 17.
You hit.
AC 18.
8. That will all hit on the half cover.
10 points of fire damage for the first ray.
Understood.
8 points of damage for the second ray.
He is dead on the second ray. The third one, I'm gonna say, it was like a 16, I think.
18.
18. I'm gonna say if you want to aim for this other guy that you can see, he's got 3/4 on you still.
Sure.
So unfortunately, that one, 18. You say? Oh no, that'll hit. That'll hit.
And that'll be 8 points of fire damage for him too.
All right. These 3 beams fire up, and you hear, and they go, no. And yeah, you definitely take one of them out on your way out. Keep going.
Yeah, that's everything for me.
You take you use the rest of your movement to get out of combat. Poachers are none too happy. This guy's gonna use his action to drag his buddy away from the fire line. These guys are gonna say, like, fucking kill him! And they're gonna run over to the ledge there. I'm missing a poach. Oh yeah, I'm missing a poacher. This guy would have ran up over here, not had enough speed. We'll say that he was busy with a thing. It's fine. This guy's gonna run over to here with 30 feet though. Get up here on that ledge there, and then this guy's gonna take the side here, take some shots. So 4 left. Who can they get? Okay, this one can shoot down at Zarvolk and Finch. This one can definitely shoot down at Zarvolk and Finch. This one's, you guys are a little close to the edge, so he's going to hold his action. Same with this guy. So 2 for each of you.
Okay.
So these are for you, Zarvolk.
Yep.
14 and a nat 20.
Yep, both hit. Damn it.
Yeah, sorry. So 4 piercing on the first one, and the crit is going to be 13 piercing damage.
Oh, well, the good news is I'm still up.
All right, the bad news is I need you to roll me a d20.
Yep.
And you're hurting pretty bad, right?
Yeah, I'm in bad shape.
It's over, Anakin!
2.
I have the high ground!
I have the high ground!
You got a 2?
Yep.
Arrow hits you right in the throat.
Oh my
and
god.
you are going to take a level of permanent exhaustion and disadvantage on all constitution checks.
Not my
You have
Batman voice.
Yeah, suddenly Zarvolk's voice is like, all right, guys, we need to get out.
It's so high pitched now.
Yeah, his voice goes up like several octaves.
Mike Tyson. He went from Batman to Mike Tyson.
Exactly.
Oh.
All right, guys, we need to get out of here.
Look.
So that's for you. For you, Finch.
Yeah.
First one is a 13.
No.
Second one is a 23.
Yeah.
That is going to be 7 points of piercing damage.
Yes, reduced to 3?
You take 3 off. That's going to be reduced to 4 from 7.
Yes, sorry, yes.
Your heavy armor, yeah. Okay, fantastic. That brings us to Zarvolg's turn. What do you do, Zarvolg?
Yeah, I'm gonna action dash my way to cover.
Right, you get to here. These guys were holding their actions. They're each going to take 1 arrow shot at you.
Oh, good. I'm going down.
That's going to be
Ah, fuck.
18 to hit
Yep.
for 8 piercing damage.
I'm down.
Okay. The second guy is not going to take a shot. Well, actually, he is going to take a shot as your hound, Fen, is going to come to get you, Zarvolg.
Okay.
It's going to take a shot at Fen. That's going to be 12 to hit.
Oh, missed.
Fen comes running in. The arrow just shoots beside Fen.
Bounces
Fen
off
very
the snake
heroically,
barding.
yep, snake barding, charges in, uses his action to like basically like bite down like on your wrist and starts like dragging you back and out and safe to cover. My boy Finn saves the day once again. And that is going to bring us to Finch's turn. What do you do, Finch?
Okay.
Get out of there?
Do I got to do another lingering injury?
Yes, you did go down. Roll me a d20.
19.
You have a minor scar. It has no adverse effect. It just is there. Where would you like? Where do you want it?
Yeah, on the cheek, right below the eye.
Okay, it came down. It shot you like in the arm, but it like scratched down the side of your face before it got there. Maybe a little chip off. Maybe not even a full chip, but like a little mark on your tusk, perhaps too.
Oh, yeah.
That's valid.
Yeah,
That's
there's
cool.
there's like a scar, and then there's like a cut on the outside of your
I like
tusk
it.
as well. Okay, Finch, what are you doing? Getting out of there? Okay.
Yes.
With a dash, you're able to get to safety. With your friend Zarvolg down, we're just gonna hold initiative for a second. Dodger's like, well, there's not my job. Yvain, do you do it? What do you do?
Give me moments. I don't know.
Don't worry. Fen takes out a surgical kit and goes to perform surgery.
See, because that wouldn't surprise me.
Dennis MacGyver,
Yeah.
So,
Starsky hot shit.
Ben crits the medical roll.
I'm gonna go ahead and just healing word.
All right, you go and do a little healing word. Go ahead.
Oh, but
and
that's good. That'll be 7.
7, Zarvolg, you're up at 7, and we are officially once more returned from combat, the party together once more.
All right.
Oh,
Oh, that didn't go as planned.
that sucked.
Yeah, that was not. That went poorly.
All right, so we wait for them.
Well, they're not going to come down anytime soon now.
No, I think we should find a place to.
For one thing, we don't even know if they can get down, and for another thing, they know we're down here.
Yeah.
Certainly, they have climbing gear. You wouldn't go up that high and not be
Sure,
able to
but they're
climb
not. They're not
down.
going to risk like climbing down the bare rock face like we just did when they know that we're down here getting ready to shoot at them.
Well, there is that.
And they've got food up there apparently. So
Mhm.
Yeah, well, there is one less of them up there, so there is that.
Yeah, well done on that.
I think we have to. I think this one might be a bust. We might have to move out and come up with a plan B
Yeah.
in a different location.
Yeah, I agree.
Do we want to try and find a place to set up or stay here? Because it looks like we have cover. Or we want to try and make our way back. How's everyone doing?
We should probably try and get some distance between us. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't necessarily want to, in case they do have climbing gear, I don't necessarily want to take a rest right underneath them, but I could use one.
Yeah,
mean,
can I guess observe the party and just see if anyone is like real fucked up and like needs like a top off or how's everyone looking?
I'd say probably everybody's looking pretty fucked up aside from you, Finch and
Yeah.
Dodger.
I'm about 25% alive.
25% alive. All right, so Finch is gonna go over to you, and it's not gonna, rock your world, but they're gonna cast healing hands. So it's another 3 points of healing just for you to kind of like
3, you said?
3, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You feel this warm, uh, slightly different from power you've seen Finch create, but you've seen this ability before, and you feel this sort of connection between you and Finch as warmth heals your body.
Oh, that was pleasant.
Yvain, how are you doing?
I'm at like a third of a tank.
Enough to make it a little ways, or you
Yeah.
need a little top off?
I can make it a little ways.
How about you, Ember?
I'll be all right with some rest.
Okay, okay. All right. So then I'm
Ish.
thinking you'll be okay. For now, we'll be good.
Yeah, I feel like if we can clear the area, it'll be fine.
Yeah, we don't want to go too far because we don't want to run into anything wild,
Sure.
but we don't want to be right down here just out of eyesight.
Exactly.
All right, let's try and make our way as stealthily as possible. We don't want them to shoot down at us again, right?
No,
Well, you guys can walk the opposite direction away from their
Yeah.
thing and be fairly
Yeah,
safe.
Ryan, you said we came from the other direction, right?
Yeah, you guys like here, let me demonstrate this way. So you guys basically walked down this path and then we're like, oh look them.
Got
And
it.
then-
Okay, okay, okay.
Yeah, so
We'll
you guys
just
can
go
walk
back
back
the way
the
we
way you
came.
came. Yeah. Yeah, so we'll say that you guys sort of spend a little time walking down the trail following that sort of that's definitely become more dried, that path where you guys saw sort of the bleeding griffin trail. You hear the sky up above, a couple sort of, no rain, but it is a cloudy day up here, and you hear a couple of booms in the clouds. And you guys, well, tell you what, Zarval, why don't you roll me a survival or stealth check to find a place to set up camp that is off the beaten trail where these guys might not find you.
19.
Yeah. Okay, 19. You basically get off the beaten trail. Naturally, Zarvog, per your natural explorer, you can't be tracked by non-magical means, you and your party.
Right.
So you as you get it further enough away, you know it would be impossible to tail you guys, and you guys find a place to set up shop.
Also, yeah, I mean, I can I'm gonna pick what I think would be like the most likely area for somebody to come in and cast alarm.
All right. Do you have the material components or druidic focus?
I do. I bought them. I specifically bought them back in Stillben. I paid a
Very
lot
good.
for them, actually.
Very, very good. You take this silver wire, you drag it across the ground, and you channel some of that primeval magic into it, and it disappears. But the alarm is set.
And I'm gonna have. I think I have a choice between everybody hearing it and just me hearing it. I'll just hear it internally.
Okay, understood. You guys set it up. How long have you guys been traveling today? Let me go look at the map. It's only about halfway through the day. You guys traveled for 15, and then you did another 2. I'd say you guys have a couple hours of... Yeah, you got a couple hours of travel left. Let me see here, 17, 20. I'd say you have like 2 hours of travel left in you today if you want it. That won't eat into your short rest at all. But you guys can settle in, and as you do so... Come here, dice. Yep, nothing is going to harm you or befall you. You may all take your short rest, roll some dice, and decide what you wish to do with the rest of your day.
Hold that thought for a second.
Yeah, go ahead and account for your dice and whatnot, and then, yeah.
One, two, three, 1, 2, 3, 4. Doctor's not hurt, so just the 4 then. If anybody's going to be spending some hit dice during
Yeah.
your short rest.
I
Yeah.
was
Please roll yourself an extra die 8.
Sweet.
Ember, you make a little snack.
Yes, I am making a snack.
Making a snack.
How,
I
how did the short rest die work for health regeneration?
you so you at this level will have 3.
Yeah.
You choose how many you want to roll, and you can roll them one at a time.
Right.
So basically what you do is, as a ranger, you have d10s. So what you would do is you'd roll a d10 and you'd add your con modifier to it. If you roll a 1, you re-roll once. And you add that to your health. And you can go, that's pretty cool. Or I'm good there. Or you could go, I want another one. Then you roll another one, add your con modifier again.
Okay.
And you can do this as many times as you want, as many hit dice as you want.
And Ember's giving me a free D8, right?
Yes.
Yep, plus a free d8. And if you're using your cooking skills there, I believe the Xanathar rules say that you can have an additional hit point for every dice spent, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to go double check right now. Because the food is just so rejuvenating.
Like a spa treatment.
Prepared meals. As part of a short rest, you can prepare a tasty meal to help your companions regain their strength. You and up to 5 creatures of your choice regain 1 extra hit points per hit dice spent during a short rest. So yeah, if you spend a hit dice thanks to Ember's lovely snacks and foods, you will get 1 additional hit point per hit dice spent, as well as an extra d8 on top of it.
Dang. Awesome. I'm not gonna roll hit dice. We'll see.
Don't sleep on your cook, man. The cook's got skills.
Baller.
Yep, Dodger's like, well, I'm fine. I didn't really need to.
You didn't really do anything either.
No, I didn't. I was that's why I'm alive.
That's
All
why
right.
that's why I'm good.
I'm semi okay.
Okay.
Actually, yeah, I'm
We're good enough, right?
Got it.
That's the
got
that's
a
the
cool
goal.
scar on my knee, but other than that. Alright,
Yeah,
so
look at that. You guys and like Finch will go over and like admire and try and like bolster some
The morale.
some egos. Yeah. Say, look at that.
so
Sorry,
yeah.
They
Say
won't
with
like
a
touch
chip
they won't
tuck.
touch her or anything. They'll just kinda,
Maybe the thing to do is to tell the guard on the eagles to drop bombs on them.
I just need bigger fire.
dang.
You're not wrong.
I mean, we
I
could
love that I
definitely give
have,
up their
like-
yeah, we could give up their cover for sure.
I love that you're like a proper paladin, Finch, because every time you do anything, I have to look at like 5 different charts to see if you've broken any rules. You haven't. It's just funny, is all.
I am trying. Watch,
You're
like
doing a
level
very good
10
job.
Level 10, I'm just gonna be like, fuck this. Oathbreaker.
No, I love it that you're fucking super cool. Like, you're like the only paladin I've ever had who's just like, I just want to do good in the world.
Uh-huh. Not only that, but like you said, like not only that, it's the oath of the crown. So it's just like it's just so.
That's really cool.
Just so.
Yeah, it's just like I just want to serve the king and serve the god,
be good.
and just like classic paladin.
Paladin.
Nothing.
All right. So I think we've got 2-ish options. We can go from here and try and make our way toward see if we can find another group, because obviously there's more groups of these poachers. Or we can head back and see if we can figure out how to get recruited into the poaching group.
To be perfectly honest with you, I don't have it in me to get back to Stillben.
Yeah, we would definitely need to prepare for that, right? Because Stillben is like several days back, right?
Oh no,
I'm
we
just-
would have to stop. We would have
Well-
to stop, etc. on the way.
Well, this would be your journey. You'd have to sleep in the mountains. You'd get back to Zephyra, 2 days getting down the mountain, another week getting back to Stillben, getting recruited in Stillben, 7 days back to the mountain, climb back up the mountain for however many days, and then go see this Rizix guy. Or stay in the mountains and see if you can find Rizix for yourself, or go to one of these poachers and be like, hey, take us to Rizix, either by intimidation or deception. And that would take maybe, like, depending on how well you guys do, maybe a couple days as opposed to a couple weeks.
All
I think
right.
that's
So we're
better.
going looking for more poachers.
Yeah.
All right. Primeval awareness.
All right, you guys are still fairly close to these poachers. I did roll for it already when you went looking for when you tried to find Ember. No sign of local poachers other than the 5
Sure.
upstairs.
Right.
You recognize one of them is dead now because there was 6 and now there are 5.
Sure. Do I guess we just pick a peak or a set of peaks and try our luck? There's no one else within 5 miles of here.
As you primeval awareness, yeah. You notice them like they're basically climbing back up. Their direction is up and they're climbing back to their camp. You get the sense that they had descended to try and find you all, failed, and are now returning.
Okay. That's ballsy. I wouldn't have thought they would have done that.
Take down the enemy while it's wounded.
Yeah. All right. So what do you want to do?
Those are our only poachers. Now we've got to find a way up this mountain. I can't fly yet, but I can climb really fucking well.
Doesn't matter. They've got to come down to pick up their rock. The question is, Zarvog, can you hit one of them and wound them and leave them there by the rock? He can cry for his friends.
Yeah, when they come down. I mean,
They got to come down and get their counterweight. Otherwise, they're not coming down.
right. But I mean, they don't have to do that right away. They might. I didn't think that they would come down last time, but they just did. So they might come back down, I guess. But
We can give them something to come down to look at. We
Yeah.
can set an ambush, too. I put a campfire out. If they see it at night, they'll come down to it. You just have to pick a spot for an ambush.
Do you all see well in the dark now?
yeah, we all do.
That should make it easier as it gets darker. We won't necessarily need to light fires and such. Except
they
for
don't-
No,
They
the
don't
fire
see the
is the fire is a draw for them.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is we won't need them. We can light only the one we need them to look at, right? Because we don't need extra light to see.
They can't see in the dark. They're human.
Exactly. So if we don't go in with torches,
Right. I mean, if we wanted, well, they would hear the noise, but they wouldn't be able to see us coming up the mountain once it gets dark enough.
I'm
Dodger
not in
will
any shape to
say,
climb that.
Dodger will say, well, what was in one of our sneaky types? Wait till it's dark, climb up top, drop a rope down, and all 4 of us could go up there and slit some throats.
The entire party turns and looks at Dodger quietly.
Right.
Right, I'm not here. Sorry, I'm away today. I just wanted to have some input.
You just volunteered yourself, my guy.
Well, I'm not here today. It should be
Also,
Zorvog. He's the nature guy,
it
and
was
he's the sneak up and
genius.
stab guy.
Brilliant idea.
Yeah.
No, I'm not supposed to be brilliant. The DM was just really wanting to help somehow, and
And
doesn't
the
have an
truth
NPC.
is, I can do it. I can ghost spider. I hate to have to use it that way, but
Well,
I
since
mean, I can
Dodger
try, but I'm
isn't-
gonna have to free climb, which means I can fall.
Why don't we send Fen? Fen can do anything.
Right.
Fen is invincible.
Fen can jump up there.
wouldn't be surprised if you could.
So Yvain, you're saying that you can spider shift? Is that what you're suggesting?
I can.
And
We
someone
just
else
do
will
this the
help
same
us.
way we did it last time.
Yeah.
But it will use up one use of my abilities. So if we go right in with a fight, I'll have one form, and I'll have to choose whether we want it for controlling things, or for healing, or
I
for
have a little,
blasting.
I have a little gas left in me if we need some heals.
All right. Well, we wait
Better
for
than
dark.
nothing. Yeah.
All right. You guys wish to wait till dark and then go take out your enemies?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
And this fire that's here
let's
could not be here.
let's pick the spot first.
Of course. Of course.
So what's the plan? Give me the plan so I know what you guys are up to.
Do
We're
any of
going-
you nature guys know about those things that some people used to like catch rabbits and stuff? With ropes and
Snares.
sticks
Snares?
and yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. What about them? What do you want to do with this there?
Would that be useful for grabbing a poacher?
Oh, sure. If they walked into it, I can't, throw one at them. That's for
What
them
the-
coming to us, not for us coming to them.
Okay. Sorry, I feeling a little dizzy.
Yeah, it's yeah, I mean we could set one up, but that's the type of thing that they walk into versus that we can just toss at them and it happens.
Well, if we're going up to them, I need a little bit of time.
Well, listen, I'm real good at stabbing people and making them hurt a lot while they're asleep. So if we can get me up there, you all back me up. I can just give them some stabs in the chest. Real rogue-like. Oh, I just went southern there. That was not, sorry.
That's not at all what I was expecting.
I just, stab them in the chest. If I could get up there, I could probably get them all while they're sleeping.
Will be
Right,
the
I
first
think
helpful
get-
thing
right,
that you've
I
done.
think- I think getting up there is the issue, right? I could probably sneak up. I mean, I'm sure I could be sneaky and in the dark and get the jump on them. The problem is that I have to get up 100-foot rock face without using gear
Mhm.
and not fall off.
Well, we'll let Yvain turn into a spider and get on Yvain's back and climb up.
Is that what you said you want to do, Dodger? You want to go up with Yvain? That's what I heard.
I mean, if it keeps them from shooting and killing us, sure, why not? I'll stab them in the chest real good. I'm real good at killing people when they ain't expecting it.
So, am I basically becoming a taxi service?
Right.
Yeah.
Ferry each of you up. All right, well,
A really disgusting taxi service.
I'm adorable. I
The
don't know
prettiest,
what you're talking
the
about.
prettiest taxi service.
And she
Looking,
turns into a lavender spider with silvery hairs and 8 pink eyes.
Yes.
that sounds terrifying. A giant spider.
Right. It is
Okay.
terrifying.
Yeah,
Thank
define
you.
what is what
a
is
giant wolf spider.
Oh God,
Look it up. They're not nice looking. They're like giant tarantulas, basically.
hell yeah, amazing.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're like
Before we-
leggy tarantulas.
I
There
need
we
about
go.
an hour's worth of time.
Oh God.
Can we say that
Okay.
we've taken a short rest?
Yeah,
Okay.
you guys. Yeah.
This totally gave me Honey, I Shrunk the Kid vibes with Auntie. Remember the
Yeah.
little ant when they're in the backyard? Auntie vibes. Oh God.
Ember, did you need more than our resting time? Did you need an hour on top of that?
Yes.
All right. Then, I mean, we're waiting for dark anyway.
Yeah, you guys have a couple hours till dark
Yeah.
for sure.
Define
Okay.
a couple hours. It's not a long. It's not like a long rest's worth, right?
No.
No, absolutely not. Like 2, maybe 3 hours.
No, okay.
Yeah, we've planned
I would
it.
ask, just wanted to ask.
Snack.
Yeah.
I'll wait to shift until right before we begin.
All right. So you guys wait patiently by the campfire until things go dark. Um, you think that, okay, there's a good chance some of them are asleep, maybe. Let's go check it out. You guys make your way over to like about here. Uh, I don't want to speak for you, so you guys get to that point where you're like, okay, this is where they make their camp. This is sort of the last bend before, if we peak, we're available for fire. What do you do?
Well, I guess I'm going to go up there and ferry everyone to a particular place, maybe over that way somewhere, not near them at all.
You're
Around
gonna
and
walk out?
not going. Yeah, like I actually want to go into the other direction.
Okay.
I don't want to come up like right underneath them and get shot immediately.
Oh, so you want to go up the wall like here and then go right after you're at the proper height.
Yeah,
Okay. Got it. Okay. So oh God, I lost you,
I
Vane.
don't want to get shot while I'm going up.
That's fair. That's fair. Um, Definitely super creepy, but I'm super into it because this is a night assault after all. So Yvain, you turn into your Jesus Christ. Work with me. Work with me, Yvain. God damn it. Not you, Yvain, but your mini Yvain.
It'd be awesome if you could change the colors on those too.
What? No, I can't do that. I've tried. It'd be really cool, but that's a mod that did too much work. So Yvain turns into a spider. Gross. You guys want to send Dodger to do the throat work, throat cutting? All right, Dodger's like, all right, I'll
Well, I
go.
think I'll go Dodger, and then let's get Zarval because he's pretty good at that also.
Yeah. Good.
What is your strength score as a spider?
I don't know, but I'll go check into it because you probably
Everybody
want to
can
know.
lift like a bus, so
Oh yeah, spiders have that big, but I don't know. I'm just playing by the rules.
Is it a giant wolf spider? Because that's a
It's
strength of 12.
Yeah, it's a strength of 12, but they've got spider climb.
Understood. They can carry up to 360 pounds as far as carrying capacity goes. So as far as riders go, as long as you hit under 360, that should be fine. Looking at Dodger's sheet here, Dodger's got not a lot of gear. Hasn't put a weight in, but I'm gonna say we'll say Dodger's
They're 6 foot, is what they
70.
say.
Well, we'll say 170. Yeah, they said
Yeah.
about 6 feet. So
Yeah.
we'll just call it 200 with gear included. So Dodger's
Okay.
about 200 with gear included.
why don't we do 2 trips? Can you do 2 trips?
I was planning on just doing one trip for each individual. I figured I'd take you and Fen up at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah, me and Finn can go at the same time after Dodger.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. So Dodger gets on. He's like, "This is fucking gross," but whatever. And gets on the back of Yvain. And Yvain, I'd like you to roll a stealth check, and Dodger will do the same. Dodger coming in at a hot 16.
That won't be bad. Give me a second to check. Cat,
Okay.
you're in the way.
Using wolf spider stats as a reminder.
Oh, that's what I was looking at. It's 15.
15. Excellent. You two, I don't know if I even want to tell you this. You two, 15 meets it and beats it. You just get past the passive perception of the poachers. So as you get there, my guy here is dead. There is that many guys. So they're going to position them. And these two guys are up. So Yvain, I'm not going to bring Dodger. Dodger will just be dropped off when Dodger wants to be dropped off. So you scurry to like here on the wall. And you're like there, and you see this poacher here just sort of patrolling. And you have this like up against the wall thing, and you just wait. And then the poacher kind of like wanders in this direction. It's a very like video game, like they're doing like a little sentry situation. This one walks over to there. Actually, they're probably keeping a close eye on the road over here now that I think of it. So they're there, and they just seem to be posting up here. This guy's being a little bit more intentional of his movements. What do you wish to do?
I wish to back up out of their line of sight.
Okay. So you're like back here.
And then once I'm out of their line of sight, I would like to get to a platform where I can put Dodger down.
I know that this is like a pretty decent platform, but it is a fairly sheer wall without ledges.
I did not realize that.
Yeah, if you want to drop Dodger off, you got to drop Dodger off at their camp.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, like if I'm being specific here, it's like a this situation. Yeah, they picked this spot for a reason. It's very defensible. Dodger says, Yvain, go up and over and around and drop me off on the far side. I really should just roll for this to see if Dodger gives good advice or not. And you across the here, this guy kind of like wanders over here, goes, well, you think they're gonna come back? And they kind of have a little conversation. You do a little upside down flippy action because you're a super cool spider, and you drop Dodger off.
Can you imagine if a giant wolf spider landed on top of you?
I would learn how to hit a new octave as an individual. And I'm gonna say Dodger just slinks into the shadows over here, sort of
Dodger
knife
is
drawn.
might.
Yeah, Dodger's a fucking skilled rogue. Dodger's Batman as fuck right now. And you want to just keep doing the same thing, Yvain?
Yep.
Okay, climb around, go find your friend. As Dodger's up there, I'm just gonna roll.
I love this.
Yep. Okay, Dodger. You get back down to pick up some new friends. Who's gonna go next? Is that
Me and
the?
Fen.
Okay. Yep.
Fen.
Take Fen. Yep. Fen's going. I need a stealth check from Fen, and I need a stealth check from Zarvolg.
Yeah.
Zarvog gets a nat 20, plus 5 is 25.
Very good. Very good.
And Fen, let's see. And Fen gets a 19. We're stealthy as fuck.
Oh. Stealth Team Bravo drops
You're also
in.
knight.
Yep. Also Knight. Yvain, you get to here, and you drop off Zarvolg, and you drop off Fen. Fen is low and utterly silent, and Zarvolg, you are the dread ambusher you've been training to be.
Right, finally.
And you kind of link up with Dodger, or you don't really see Dodger, but you do find that Dodger's made his way to the other side of the camp and just kind of position himself in case things go awry. And Yvain, you begin to make your travel back. Zarvolg, you've been dropped off here with Fen. Keep in mind, stealth doesn't matter much when a person's looking directly at you. So how would you like to obscure yourself? Where would you like to go? Is there anything you'd like to do?
Is that like a little like a tent thing right there?
Yeah, there's a person sleeping inside that tent.
Yeah, let me just kind of, without rustling against the tent, let me just kind of try to obscure the view of the two guys on the ledge, the two awake guys with the
Got it.
tent.
So you and Fen just kind of like push yourselves up against the back of the tent.
Yeah, I
without
kind
knocking
of
it
want to
over.
be able to. Well, I'll hear if they. I want to know if they get alerted though, because I want to engage immediately if they do catch
Okay.
somebody else coming up.
Yeah. So what Dodger's basically doing has like you look over and Dodger's got like a dagger just like spinning in the hand, his eyes trained on those two guards, and essentially has held an action to whip a dagger should they be alerted. Would you like to do the
Yeah,
same thing with your bow?
yeah, both me and Fen. I'll train my bow on them, and Fen should be ready to move.
Okay. Fen will then take the dash action if someone is alerted so that he can move into a better position. Okay. Yvain, make it back again. Stealthy spider, stealthy spider. Who's going next between Ember and Finch?
Ember can go next.
You really should. I am not in top of form.
Yvain taps at you, Finch.
Oh, you're gonna send me
Ooh.
next? Okay.
She
As
taps,
a- as a-
she taps kind of a hairy leg at you.
As a
Yeah,
quick
okay.
note, Zarvolg, you have
Right?
a point of exhaustion from your throat injury, right?
Right, right.
Did you roll a disadvantage for your stealth check?
I did not, but I will.
Okay.
Oh no, 7.
Fuck. Well, that changes things. Yvain, you are strapped to the roof right here. We'll say everything was going fine. So you're basically upside down attached to the roof. And Fen gets dropped off just fine. But Zarvolg, you drop down and you kind of like
Cough,
have this
wheeze.
light-headed moment, and you kind of drop down and you like your foot kind of hits a rock that falls off the rock wall. And these guys go, what? Dodger in that moment is going to whip a dagger from stealth at this guy here. Because both of them notice you. So he's going to try and take out at least one. Dodger's going to throw... Well, Dodger's a short bow, so Dodger's going to use a short bow is what Dodger's going to do.
He has a broken
Dodger's
arm.
got a broken
still.
arm.
He's got a broken arm, thank you. He's going to use a dagger. With a 19, that's going to hit. I'm not going to use nothing too fancy here. I'm just going to do what... so that's going to be... 10, 13. Dagger whips into this guy's neck. And that's where... And you guys are just down here, so you can kind of half see what's going on down there. But that next session is where we're going to pick up initiative.
Okay.
So Dodger got a surprise round in. A held action in. But yeah, you definitely alerted them. These, they go, we're under attack, and these guys are going to sort of like stir awake, but they are all going to start combat prone and unarmored. But that is where we'll pick up next turn. That's where we'll pick up next session. Night ambush, throat slitting. See what happens.
That's super exciting.
Good.
Oh
Like
boy! Oh
nothing
boy! Oh
bad will
boy!
happen.
Nothing bad. Come ready with your big boy techniques.
Big boy
With
spells.
your skills and your spells.
I did not think that the spider form would be as useful as it has been.
Hell yeah, it has been really good.
Even though it creeps everyone out, it's been really useful.
We'll get used to it. Yeah, I do. I am picturing that. Like